And to the brother Citizen, man, look, thank you for coming on to the panel today, Citizen, man. It's always a pleasure to build with you. Still sharp and still, and you already know that you my brother. Appreciate the support, my brother.
Reminiscing about the past, planning for the future. Becoming the dad kinda does something to you. Start to think different, more precise, a lot cooler. Using better judgment makes life a lot smoother. These are lessons learned as we grow older with wisdom. The ones who stay the same start telling you that you're different. Some friends remain close, some become distant. But it's all love cause we're grown and we're chillin'. You're all still my brothers, black or white blood in the crippin'. Cause we all know what it's like raising children. Agree to disagree, but no matter what the difference, the goal remains the same. We all gotta make a living in this cold world. Life ain't easy, it wasn't meant to be. Especially if you follow your dreams to find your destiny. Do it for your last name, fuck the propaganda. They leading you to doom, only a few will understand this. These next 4 bars are dedicated to my ex. Even though you did me wrong, I still wish you the best. That's what a man does, forgives and move on. Don't stick around to fight, just dip like Great Coupon. I'm still that same slick mouth dude from Central Park. Middle school days, shout out, be fresh, my dog Donnie Jones, and R.I.P. Keyshawn. We were the team of the season, the big homie Chris Ward.
If you just, need some little WD-40 in your jumps or whatever you need, we got you. Check out this heat real quick. HOTC, K41 Streets.
Since we have a freedom of speech, here go my 2 cents to tell you about the values of life and what truth is. I do this for my people, the poor and less fortunate, for kids abandoned and left to live in the orphanage, those with disabilities struggling through depression, coping with hypertension while trying to control aggression. Some are alcoholics, others deal with addiction, but the medical field makes it worse with prescriptions. They adding to the pain and adding to the suffering, but we done been bullied too long, I've had enough of it. The game is one-sided, biased and unbalanced, so the politics trumps hard work and real talent. Problem, reaction, and solution are the metrics to the 3-step part to Hegelian dialectic. Like streams of water, they taught us go with the flow, but like waves and currents, we're the ones that rock boats. The house of true consciousness, known as the movement. Brothers and sisters coming together to form a union. We build amongst each other, decipher the pros and cons. We go against the grain, so we defying the odds. Never go for hearsay, do away with the rhetoric, and always rely on the truth to be what the verdict is. Everybody's special and everybody's gifted, so until you get in tune, that should be your life's mission.
I'll have him call as soon as he comes in.
All right, everybody, we back as promised. Just wanted to keep my word. I don't know if, well, I know a lot of people want to shout out the Citizen, man, for that track, and to the Sister Flame for that opening track. Shout out to y'all, that's talent. Now I'm gonna start a notebook and start getting emails for the panel. But before I allow a bunch of people on, I'm gonna give Zoned Out a chance to make himself known, see if he still wanna debate your boy. So yeah, Tibetan astronaut. I'm trying to get everybody email. I think I saw Quentin's earlier, but I couldn't get it because I was. So Quentin, I want you to put yours back out there. I know it's further up the chat somewhere. One World, One Hood. Shout out to you, my brother. We will have to get you up as well. And we know Zoned Out know I'm live. He watch every show. He in all the chats. So what we're witnessing now is a person that spoke, but they didn't think I probably was going to answer. And what you see now is you don't see no Zoned Out. See, if he didn't call me out for a debate, he'll be in the chat. Shout out to Zone, man. I knew he didn't really want it. Now that's even better. We can get right into the lesson, and we can get right into the open panel then. We ain't gonna have a debate then. Well, PR Corey can't be busy. He was just in my chat for that whole 4-hour stream, and he the one said he wanted to debate me right then and there. He couldn't have been busy. He was ready to debate right then and there. That, you know, a debate gonna take about an hour or two. So he had an hour or two just a few minutes ago. So I ain't gonna give him no excuses now. We don't want to give him no excuses. He looking for an argument. That's what it is. He looking for something. What can I disagree with and get him on? You know, that's what he doing. He gonna pop up in a minute like I'm ready now. After he done picked through that last video and found his little arguments and shit. Brother Punzi, if you want to debate me, drop your email in the chat room. This the time to do it. I don't do this a lot because all of my people don't really like debates. So if you really want to debate me, go ahead, drop that chat, drop the email in the chat. And anybody that want to debate me, we're going to allow you up first. You're going to be on the open panel first. We're going to go and get the debates out the way. I was going to talk to y'all about 2020 vision. And if I'm going to allow the debaters some time. You know, I'm going to allow them some time. But while I allow them some time, I'm going to briefly talk about 2020. So only thing, I'm going to make this very brief because I know a lot of people waiting to get up on the panel. And I got all of your emails. Moderators, help me out. If you get any debaters out there, let me know. I'll get them on up here. But before we do anything, let's talk about 2020 vision. Now, with everything I teach, I like to show you how it relates to you. All right. Now, what I got on the screen is something we use in music. All right, let me blow this up for you. Okay. Now what you see on the screen is something called an equalizer. And this is how you balance out sounds and music with a device that look like this one right here. Now, we about to get real deep before I open the panel. I want y'all to pay attention. What is 2020 vision? 2020 vision is when a creator comes to equalize the frequencies of Earth and restore them back to their natural balance. So when you're looking at this image right here, all of these little pink lines are frequencies. And here is a number analyzer type graph that'll let you see what frequencies they are. So for example, what you have here is 20 hertz frequencies, 50 hertz frequencies, 100 hertz frequencies, and this thing go all the way up to 20K. So it start at 20 hertz, and it end at 20,000 hertz. I want y'all to think about that because we're talking about 2020 vision. You don't visualize reality with your eyes alone. All the senses are what you see with. When you're blind, you gotta see with your ears. Hold on a minute. Hold on, people. We about to get deep. So what is 2020 vision? 2020 vision is our spectrum of reality. It breaks down the frequencies that the human being are able to perceive, not limited to sight. Did you know that is not limited to sight? When they say 2020, they're talking about from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. I'm showing you what an equalizer is. This is called a parametric EQ, equalizer. Equalization is balance. It's the great mother. It's the North Pole. All right, the North Pole is an equalizer. And in our time, we're going to see it balance out some frequencies that need to be restored. And it works the same way in music, right? So you may have a song, and that song is composed of all of these frequencies on a spectrum from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Now, when you get up to the high frequencies, those are hi-hats, ticks, bells, and all that high sounding stuff. The low frequencies will be your basses, and everything in between are your mids, your guitars, pianos, human voices. We in the middle, just like cosmology, just like flat earth. We in the middle of all the frequencies. Same thing with music. The medium point is where the human vocals is. This is called a mid. When you look at an equalizer chart, the frequencies in this box, they are called mid frequencies. If you speak, your voice gonna pop up right here because humans occupy the mid frequency, not just where we are in the earth, but even on the sound spectrum. So we have 5 senses. Some say we even have more than that, but we're gonna go with 5. And these 5 senses are there to perceive all of the frequencies in the spectrum from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And what we call the eyes only perceive a portion of those frequencies. Did you hear what I just said? The eyes only perceive a portion of these frequencies. The other senses is what allow you to access the other frequencies, such as your highs and lows. And every sense can be synced to a frequency that is there to, hold on. All right, my bad. Okay, we back. So we talking about frequencies. Now, there are 7 frequency bands in our cosmos. Let me show them to you. They're all different colors. For the human, it's called the 7 chakras. Hold on a minute and I'll show you the 7 heavens. We about to get deep, zoned out. I see you. let me get this 2020 lecture out the way, and I'm gonna come right to you. This ain't gonna take long, this 2020. This easy. So you see how you got 7 heavens, right? Each frequency is a different color. You got 7 of them, right? And that's with the earth, that's with the human body, and that's even true with music. As you can see here, you got 7 frequency bands. Look at here, let me show you. Here they go right here, the 7 heavens. Low bass, bass, low mid, mid, upper mid. You get into the PAS, which is right before you get to the treble, which is high. Each of the frequencies that make up our earth can be seen on an equalizer. And here they go right here as the 7 heavens. Those are the 7 chakras. The bass being the root chakra, the low, the boom, boom, you know, and the hi-hats coming up here to the crown chakra. And that is, musicians, why they call it a hi-hat. The hi-hat represent the crown chakra, which is a high hat that sits upon your head. So the highs in music would be your hats, right? The tick, 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 we call them hats, right? We call our highs hats, because the highs in spirituality is the hats, or the crown, these higher chakras. So you got 7 frequencies making up the human, 7 frequencies that compose every song that you hear. And they start from 20 hertz and end at 20,000 hertz, which all of that represent the broad spectrum of frequencies that humans are able to perceive. Now, if you are able to perceive frequencies above 20,000 hertz, they call that a person that's able to see into the spiritual world, which is existing around us right now, but we don't have no good, our senses stop at 20,000 hertz. So yes, there are other worlds within this world with vehicles and systems going and children laughing, but we can't hear them because they are on a higher frequency than us. We can't see or perceive them with these senses. This is how worlds exist within worlds. You're gonna leave this world and you're gonna go from you're gonna leave this world and go from 2020 to a new set of frequencies, something like 3030, where when your senses move past all there is to detect in this realm, you move past 20,000 into 21, 22. Now you out of this, that's a whole other equalizer. You in a different box now, because you would need a different kind of EQ to EQ them higher frequencies. This one only go from 20 hertz to 20,000. That's because we live on earth, and that's how we hear and how we see here. So if you was in the spirit world trying to make a beat, your equalizer will start at 30 and go to 30, because you would be above this realm. You would be above this realm. And the frequencies are higher. When you move above that realm, you'll go to 40, 40. You see what I'm saying? As you expand your senses, you expand the frequencies you're able to pick up, which means this box actually expands past 20,000. Now, with that out the way, we see what 2020 is. What's going to happen in 2020 is this right here. Nature's going to be moving around different frequencies, and it's going to be waves, because when you do that, you make a hump just like this. You make a hump. So we got to get over a hump in 2020. The electromagnetism from the North Pole is going to be sweeping throughout all of the planes of existence to equalize the frequencies back in harmony. That's what's happening. That's why the money system is crashing. That's why the governments are falling, because that energy is actually coming forth now to restore everything and get the frequencies back in harmony in this particular world. So 2020 vision, humans are going to go back to perceiving the full spectrum of this reality and no longer be filtered by these deceivers that's got us stuck in one area of this graph. You see what I'm saying? We're not perceiving our entire reality because they're trapping us from these other frequencies. We're only stuck in a certain spectrum. But after 2020 and this great enlightenment, the whole everything will be equalized, and that's what this is an equalizer. So the different frequencies that make up our cosmos, it's 7 of them. The Most High will be acting like a music engineer and getting them all back in balance. And we're going to see that synonymously with the fall of government, depopulation agendas, and everything they talk about with 2020 when this equalization energy come in. Now, with that out the way, that completes the first session of this thing, which was 2020 vision. Let's debate. Come on, zoned out. You got the invite, my brother. What you waiting on? Don't do no dancing and playing. Come on now, so we can make this thing flow smoothly. You got the invite, brother. What you waiting on? While we wait on zoned out, hey, I saw you out there, brother. If you need the link again, let me know, man, because you slowing up the show, calling me out and then taking your time getting here, you know. Come on, brother. Don't make us all wait on you. You the one said it. I didn't, you know. Yeah, he doing push-ups. Putting powder on his hand. Gargling water and shit. Woo, let me get ready. That's what he doing. Slapping his face. He also itching up under his arms, and he's farting right now because he's scared. What up, Free? Where you at? Come on, man. Zoned out. You slowing the show up, brother. I'm gonna send it again. Brother Punzi, all you gotta do is put your email out there and you can come up on this show and we can have a discussion, brother. I don't want to be, you know, reading the chat when I got this hangout open. That's why I got it open. And I'm going to go ahead and give up on zoned out, and I'm going to go and open up the panel to everybody else. I ain't got time to be waiting on this, man. I just don't. He the one caught this shit out. So everybody that sent emails, I'm gonna go ahead and let you come up now. Just give me a minute to get them all in here. Give me 1 minute. Putting everybody up in the invite right now. Quentin. All right. Team Magnet, Tinger Magnet. Your email did not work, so you might have a typo. Try it again. All right, boom. Everybody that sent emails, check your joint. You should be ready to go. Hey, what's good? Who we got on the panel right now?
Tibetan astronaut.
What's good, Tibetan astronaut? We just waiting on the other brothers. We got Citizen on right now.
Oh man, I'm about to turn the lights on. It's finna get good.
One World. We sent the invites out to all of y'all who wanted to join. Come on up. We about to do the damn thing. Let's do it like that. All right, brothers. I've been talking for a while, so that's why I'm just. As you come on, go ahead, unmute your mic, introduce yourself, and let the people know what's on your mind. And it don't have to be in any particular order either.
Hey, look. If ain't nobody gonna go, I go.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, what's good, bro, man? I've been wanting to talk to you for a minute, man.
Hey, man, that's what's good, because I've been seeing you in the chat for like forever. I think this is your first time actually coming on the panel, bro.
Yeah, look, my fault. I apologize, because I followed you a long time ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, like when you first started. And then I didn't just start paying attention until probably like this year. But it's crazy, because I was in the Air Force, too. I was there for 8 years.
It's always good to meet other brothers who was in the Air Force, because then you can relate to me on a certain level.
Right. But man, I be at work trying not to be like, oh, because I be feeling you. Because look, you can ask my friend Tev, because he on here right now too. Like back in, I think it was like 2008. I was telling people, I remember I was in my dorm room. This is Japan, my first base. I'm sitting there telling all my friends about 9/11 and all that, right? They sitting there laughing at me. And now the same people hitting me up saying, "Oh man, you was right, such and such." I'm like, yeah, like come on, it's crazy. If I had ran into you, man, that shit would have been crazy.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go into it. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
That was pretty much it. I didn't really have nothing I wanted to talk about. I just want to say what's up to everybody. And go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, welcome to the show. As you stick around, you'll come up with some stuff, because it's some brothers, man. I know they're going to open up some good bills, man. And like I said, I'm glad you joined, man, for the first time. This is what's up, my brother Tibetan in the motherfucking building. Hell yeah.
Hey, peace.
Hell yeah, man. And then, hey, Citizen, man, you ate that track, bro. Man,
man, that's the one. That's the one I wanted you on, bro. I still want you on it, man.
Bro,
that's why I put those sound bites of you in there, bro. That's like some K-Slay shit, bro. Like, bro, we need you. We need that energy.
Bro, I'm impressed, bro. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna tell you something right now. You remind me of Guru, and I ain't saying that lightly.
I've never heard that before.
Real talk, bro. Like, you got that laid back lyrical swagger that he had. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I play some of his shit, yeah.
Listen. That's not all I can do. If you go to my Jaden Ben channel, I got another track called The Kingdom, and I go real fast on that shit, like some twisted shit. You need to listen to that too.
We're gonna open up with that one on the next one. We're gonna try to open up with a Citizen Man track per show. I know you got plenty of them joints.
Yeah, one last thing, bro, Sanchez. Well, two more things. On my Citizen Man channel, YouTube is blocking all my content from my homepage. So if you go to my channel, you have to click videos to see all my content. And the very first video is a video that the thumbnail says features wanted. That's the very same song with just me on the first verse. The second verse is open. So any artist that want to do a feature, just drop your verse on there, and I'll try to get Bro Sanchez to shout you out on the track like we did with K4I. Shout out to Knowledge for Ignorance. He was the one on the second verse. And we're just going to make it one long song, man. Just one, like Rapper's Delight all over again.
That's dope. That's what I liked about Triumph. You know what I'm saying? Just one long song. Everybody coming with the sword, lyrical geniuses, man. So, hey, I'm feeling that. I'm fucking with that, man. Shout out to you, my brother.
Thank you, man. I just want that 24 from you. That's all I need. Just send it to me, and I'll throw it all together.
I got you, man. I ain't gonna let you down, man. I hope Lightwork listening. He need to send me that Flat Power track back. I'm finna go and lay some verses on these, real talk. And I got a brand new mic, and I'm bullshitting. I need to be lacing some verses through it. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hey, one last thing. I'm sorry. Let me just throw this out there. My dad actually, he lives over in Qatar, and he's actually dealing with some Nigerian guys that are show promoters, and they do a lot of local artists and European artists and shit, and they do shows all over Europe. So he's been asking me to send him music. So, you know what I'm saying? If we could throw something together, I get it to him. And we might be able to make something happen with it. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? At least if we don't get any shows done and we don't make any money off it, at least we'll get the message out there. So the message in the music has got to be ever present.
That's facts right there. And either way it go, that's a win-win. Both of them will be a success.
That's
real talk.
That's the way I'm looking at it. All right, I pass the mic. What up, Quentin? What up, One World?
What up, my G?
What's poppin', bro, huh?
What's good, brothers?
Yeah.
Came to sharpen these mans a little bit more today. Came to sharpen our swords, you know how we do.
Hell yeah, man, and that's what time it is. I'm gonna just kind of mute back and let you brothers go ahead and introduce y'all philosophy into the bill, because I've been going hard for the past couple hours. I know they tired of hearing me, so I'm gonna mute and let y'all go ahead.
I see Lady Legs. I see you in my magic mirror. Everybody's being quiet. I see Michael Ward. I see Serrata. We in here. I see on my camera, I've been working on a little something here. You know what I'm saying? A little booster inverter. Y'all remember last time when y'all seen this light on, it was a little dimmer. It was doing a little sputtering. And now you see that shit shining bright right now. You know what I mean? I don't know if my cameras, if y'all can see it, but I got that running right now with a 9-volt battery. This is running with a 9-volt battery because I put together a little booster inverter circuit right here that we're going to be going over that in the back chat, everybody who's in there, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to incorporate that into this into the Gary Destroyer, and we're going to pump up more power. You know what I'm saying? Free energy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Flat motherfucking power. Somebody, I take it on. I got to roll a blunt.
That's what time it is right there. Hey, I think I need to set something up between you and Q Butter, man. He do a lot of hands-on experiments with the kids. He is a globalist, but he's a very bright brother. Interested in science, technical shit. He probably can look at what you got there and give some insight on it, even though he's not a flat earther. But I had him on, and we kind of got into the flat earth, globe earth thing. It was interesting. Shout out to him. I would like for me to mediate a discussion between y'all two, because I can see it now. He'll be screen sharing, showing little gadgets and stuff too, but he coming from a global aspect, so it'll be interesting to see what'll come up out of that, that bill. But that's something that I don't know if that's possible to arrange, but that'll be dope.
Oh, I'd love to do that one. You don't know about flat power energy here? He don't know. He's not sure.
Nah, he know about it, but he probably gonna 9 times out of 10 find a way to sync it back to the global concept, and then that'll go into the fact that you can't have a spear in the middle of a Taurus field.
Yeah. I don't get it. People, we use a level for construction. You know what I mean? The level has got water in it because water makes level. These are facts. Now, when people fighting themselves, that's that cognitive dissonance going on. When even to a person that's in the trade, and I was talking. I don't know if I told y'all before. I was talking to a plumber. We was on maybe like the 80th floor on a high story building. We was doing some work, and we were standing next to the window by the water, looking at all the water. So I asked him. I says, what does it take for a plumber for the water to move? And he says, you one of them flat earth dudes? I said, I'm just wondering, you know what I'm saying? What's your math? What's the science to that? You know what I'm saying? And he says, oh, well, according to our science and what we do, it only takes 1/8 of an inch of a pitch for water to move. I was like, oh, that's very interesting. I said, so is it safe to say that that water that we're looking out outside the window is not 1/8 of an inch of a pitch? Because if it was, that water would be moving. And it's still right now. And then and his face just got so puzzled. And I says, you answered my question. I says, you don't have to say anymore. It's the look that goes on their face when they realize that they don't understand anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's when, you know what I'm saying, you gave him something to think about. Now, I ain't got to talk to him no more. I'm pretty sure he's been fucked up now. You know what I'm saying? I says, because your science telling you that water outside is not 1/8 of an inch. I says, but you're warring with what they told you as a child. Same like they told you about Santa Claus and the rest of the stuff, and Christopher Columbus. Everything starts to change when you get a little older and you start putting some science to it. You know what I mean? I said, but I don't know what to tell these guys when they says it's called sea level. I says, we ride in the airplane. You know what I'm saying? I said, I don't know how much y'all missing it. You know what I'm saying? I says, you know what I mean? I says, we on the internet now. I says, I'm looking at lady legs at I'm Givens and posting the chemtrails on the other side of the world. And she's posting the moon and the sun at the same time. Are we all following each other here, and are we all, you know, with each other? Are we looking at each other? Because we actually have the power to everybody pull out their camera right now on a different side of the world and go take a visual, and we can all pull it back right now. You know what I'm saying? And I already done did these things, so I don't understand what the question's about. You know what I'm saying? I said, you're warring with yourself. In fact, I don't even want to go over with these guys anymore. But just for the fact that the person's into the science, I like to see, you know what I'm saying, how I like to see him question these things within himself. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, it really be. Oh, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say it really just be like people's level of indoctrination or willing and wanting this to fit in to the point where they really willing to ignore all of their senses and what they see in front of their face for what another man verbally tell them or what they show them when they look down in the book. That shit is amazing to me because it's like there's no way you can look around. Because I was just at the beach. I went to Indiana Dunes the day before yesterday. I'm at the beach. And I'm just, everybody else just enjoying the party and the barbecue and shit. And I'm just looking out at the horizon. I'm like, wow, this shit is perfectly flat in a perfect line straight across. And even if you zoom in, you're going to see anything that disappear out of sight. How is there any argument? Then given the fact that, okay, now it's 7 o'clock. We see the sun and the moon out at the same time, damn near. Sunset and moonrise. It's like, I don't even waste time arguing with people or bringing it up at this point. But like I said, I realized in order to fit in, a lot of people then actually say what they say. And just pretty much said, fuck it, we're gonna go for what somebody indoctrinated me with or what the common saying.
Hold on. Yeah, that's me. Hold on. My bad,
It's right next to the hang up button and the video button. There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was also this, you know what I'm saying? I still be going back and forth with the Moors too, because, you know, the whole Noble Drew Ali thing. And it just be like, I don't have a problem with Noble Drew Ali. My issue comes in with the fact that they end up trying to bash Christians and other religions and stuff like that and Hebrew Israelites for believing in a Jesus or whatever the fuck. But then they idolize Noble Drew Ali just like people did and personified the energy of Jesus. It's like, I keep trying to stress, it don't matter who the fuck the messenger is. It's all about the message. It's like, fuck who telling it and fuck who receiving it. The main important thing is that you get the truth. The truth is the only religion. And they keep fighting me back with, well, I've got the religion that's the right team. You got to pick a side. No, the fuck you don't got to pick a side. And if you're going to pick any, pick none. Because that is still a side. And the point being, you can get something out of each and one of the different schools of thoughts. You eat the apple and spit out the seeds. Like, people don't realize you can be a Moor, but then say, oh, well, I've subscribed to some of the thoughts of Hebrew Israelites or the Commetans or or whatever the fuck. But I'm saying it don't make you that or any less of what you are or want to be just because you're going outside of one school of thought. And basically, when you trap yourself to one, you limit yourself to your knowledge. And there's, like I said, no way we could try to talk about us coming first as a people and it being our job and shit like that from the Most High to uplift fallen humanity. It's like that shit is such a damn psyop that people don't see, thinking they came first with all this pride shit that it just be killing me. They really to throw all of that RBG on this shit, but then really don't know where the fuck they came from. Because I just be asking them. I'd be like, now when you go farther back to Moorish history and the time in which that culture or religion came through, what was your people doing before then? Because the world was fine before the word Moor or any kind of Moroccans or any kind of, any of that ever came through. And we talking pre-patriarchy. So I always ask them, what was your history before that? What was your land before that? Because you do know America wasn't the first land. Everybody ain't from America, just like everybody ain't from Africa. And then they be looking dumbfounded.
Hey, I got a quick question for One World.
I hear you.
Hey, did you see that the FBI dropped the Nikola Tesla files?
Yeah, you don't believe anything that they pull up. Everything's a psyop on TV, and you know what I mean. But it's good to go through it because sometimes it helps you get a little understanding or learn something that maybe you might have missed on something else. But I don't take them things too serious. I just try to do the pull it apart myself. You know what I mean, to get the best understanding. Because I know on TV and dealing with anything and FBI, they want to mislead you. You know what I mean? They don't really want to give it to you. It's always a leak, somebody, whistleblower, anything that they promoting. I hit them with the bam.
Hey, I got a question about the FBI Tesla papers. Did you ever get a chance to look at what they published?
I didn't get that far into it. No.
Okay. Well, when you do, take a look at how much information they redacted on it, because if they really did put it out, that's that's the game they play. They just black everything out, and then they say, "Oh, we put it out public, so now you can't say nothing to us." You know what I mean? So watch out for that.
Yeah, I've been through most of the FOIAs already. I'm hip. I just wanted to see what World's his take on it.
Anybody seen that little new movie they got coming out with Thomas Edison versus Tesla and shit, and talking about how that story came about? Like, I wonder how much they gonna fumble that shit.
No, I haven't heard of that movie, but I sure want to see it. Did y'all hear about that explosion that happened in Plantation, Florida? Like a part of a shopping center just completely exploded. Did y'all hear about that? All right, this is some crazy shit. Y'all know about the underground military bases and shit all over the country, right?
Right.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Hey, yo.
and the tunnels,
Did y'all ever heard of this bull on here? He got a channel called Brian Austin Lambert 33, and he talks about this shit called the M code. It's about something that's supposed to happen on the 21st of December for 7 days, and they call it a plasma event, where these plasma storms come and discharge this plasma shit all over the fucking all over the plane and shit, and like it wreaks havoc, and like there's like evidence of this shit from like
what's supposed to be the end result of the like what is it supposed to do? Knock the power out or something?
Yeah, it like knocks the power out. It like fucks the whole soil up. Yeah,
that's EMP. That's EMP, and they're just gonna say it's some type of solar event or something natural, but it's EMP.
No, I think it's natural. Well, according to the Bull channel, it's a natural event. It's not something that they created. It's just a natural cycle that happens.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
It's recorded.
That great equalization. That 2020.
It's recorded.
Yeah.
So it's confirmed that it's going to be a natural phenomenon.
It's been recorded on ancient petroglyphs, like in caves and shit.
Okay. So it happened before.
You would see the hyperboloids on the cave walls, They have like
Yeah.
different versions of them all around the world, but this thing happens in like cycles that goes
Okay.
around. This thing happens in like cycles. It happens all the time, and supposedly it like resets all the shit on the earth. And so right now we're in like blue sky, they call it. But after this event happens, we're supposed to go into some shit called like red sky, where the whole electromagnetic, you know what I'm saying, it's like basically
that sounds like something. That sounds like what they spraying for.
That I heard of that. You talking about the red shift, the blue shift thing?
Yeah, but this is a natural event that happens like, you know what I'm saying, this cycle, I don't know, this shit, it happened before, you know, our, you know, ancient records, you know, on like the cave drawings and shit. They have like these cave drawings of like the hyperboloids, like, you know what I'm saying, of like the plasma. It's like this big giant plasma storm that comes every some fucking 1,000 years or some shit like that, or every some 100 years.
It's a cosmic shift.
No, it's not. It's this. No, there is no cosmic shit. This, you know what I'm saying? This is some flat Earth shit. Like, this is something that happens from the reset from the center of the Earth. The sun is like a point of light, and like the moon is like a magnetic like thing, and like somehow this shit reverses itself, and like it causes this electromagnetic plasma storm. All right, let me give you an example of what the fuck it's been going on since 2012. But let me give you an example of what happened just recently, like within the last like month. I live up here in Philadelphia, and I drive Uber and shit. And I work out here at Philly International Airport. Now, I know that, you know what I'm saying, flights from Philly International to New York International never gets fucking canceled because of bad weather. On this particular night, all the flights got grounded going to New York because of this storm. Now, before I went to work, before I went out to Uber and shit, there was a storm that was like out on the horizon and shit. That was like, you know what I'm saying, this shit was purple. Like, it was not no fucking blue lightning. This shit was purple lightning, and they didn't have no fucking sound to it. And like, it basically, everybody's flight got grounded because of this shit. Because it was going to zap everybody's plane out the sky. But this is some shit that, there's records of this shit actually happening on the planet to us. You know what I'm saying? And like the governments and like the elite, the Masons and all these motherfuckers like had this like agenda to like cover this shit up and like rewrite history and like give us some other bullshit that we be going through now. But like the truth is like this shit happens in the cycle, and like, you know what I'm saying, like it's called the electromagnetic plasma changeover event. And like basically it's an electromagnetic plasma storm that fucks everything up on the planet. And there's evidence of this shit that happened. It's happened in the past, and it's gonna happen again. Probably this year. Probably like December 21st, this winter solstice. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Brother Sanchez, you know, I know, you know, you cover the grounds on, you know, electromagnetic plasma and stuff like that. But, you know, I just wanted to know if you could share with people, like, this is an actual real event that happens to us, and, like, it could really fuck some shit up. Like, and there's been evidence of it happening. You know, the pre-stages of its occurrence is happening right now. You know what I'm saying? Like with all the tornadoes and the flash floods and all the crazy ass storms and the plasma storms and shit, and like, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like, is this something that's, you know, I just want to know if this is something that's valid, because the boy got something on his channel, and he's saying that this shit is going down, and like a lot of motherfuckers ain't gonna survive, and that's the reason why they built the Georgia Guidestones on the 33rd parallel. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where like most people will survive this shit from. Like if you live down along the 33rd parallel, like. Let me go back.
Wait. What's the 33rd parallel?
33rd parallel is like this circle that goes around the whole flat Earth plane, like the sun flows around from the tropic of Cancer and the tropic of Capricorn. what I'm saying? And the 33rd parallel is like in between both the tropical Cancer and the tropical Capricorn. And like, you know what I'm saying, that's where the 33rd parallel is in between all that. And there's like cities that go along the 33rd parallel, like Phoenix, Arizona, Dallas, Texas, Atlantic, Georgia, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Just so happens the Georgia Guidestones is right there on the 33rd parallel where they built the Georgia's Guidestones. You know what I'm saying?
So is that supposed to be like a safe zone for the event, so to speak, as in like within the 33rd parallel?
Yeah, like supposedly, like you supposed to be like in order, like when this shit happens, like they say, like there's some shit called liquefaction. You know what I'm saying? When you have earthquakes and shit like that, the soil goes from soil to liquid. Like you can really do an experiment with vibrations and it'll show you the shit how the soil turns to liquid. But like if you're not like in a cave or if you're not like somewhere where there's bedrock or some shit like that, like you can get fucked up. Like you can get swept up in this shit. Like there's records, there's ancient petroglyphic records of this shit happening to us in the past. Like our ancestors left evidence of all of this shit that happens to us, these cycles that we go through that the governments know about that they don't tell you about because they know about it and they're trying to prepare themselves for it. But they just leaving us all in the fucking loop with all these distractions.
Yeah, you right about that, bro.
Let me.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Let me give you an example of something. Have you ever seen the movie The Day After Tomorrow? If you notice, everybody in the movie was still going about their lives, like as normal and shit. And the shit hit the fan and the fucking tidal waves and all that shit came and swept everybody up and didn't nobody know what the fuck was going on because, you know what I'm saying, the governments was like building all these arcs and shit because they knew what was going on, but everybody else was still being distracted by all this other crazy shit that we go through nowadays. And so this shit is about to go down. And you can see evidence of this, you know, when the sun going down and the sky turns purple and red and shit, like that's, you know, clear evidence that, you know, the earth is giving you evidence that this shit is about to happen. So with all these, you know, freak electric storms and these plasma storms and shit that's happening right to us right now and as we speak on this plane and coming up to the winter solstice, you know, we gotta deal with this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is something that we gotta deal with, the 2020 changeover event. And it's just ironic how they keep, you know, leaving us with all these distractive ass events and things going on to keep us from really, you know, they really basically, like, it seems like we're being numbed or like what you would call sedated before, you know, the shit really hits the fan. It's like the calm before the storm right now. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to put that out there for y'all to make y'all aware. And, you know, Brother Sanchez, you know, make that a topic of one of your panels coming up, you know what I'm saying, about this 2020 changeover or electromagnetic, you know, plasma storm or whatever this shit is. If whatever it is something weird that's about to happen. The government knows about this shit. The Masons and all these motherfuckers, all these people know about this shit except for the general masses.
That whole 5G shit got a lot to do with that too? Or you think that's bullshit? That 5G shit. I
think 5G is just some shit that they just put up. You know, it's just some shit that they fucking with. Like, you know, 5G.
That's some new shit. They haven't gone operational with that yet.
5G is basically. Yeah, the 5G is basically they putting all these cell towers up, and all these cell towers they're gonna be like on your light poles and like outside your houses and shit. And 5G is a short wave frequency, so it can't even go through trees. That's why they gotta put them everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying, 4G towers is more spread out than 5G towers. 5G towers got to be more close. So they putting these 5G panels up. These 5G panels is gonna be on the sides of your building and on your light poles and everywhere. I don't think this shit is good for you because right now, 4G.
Well, I can explain why.
How about
wouldn't it build
I
up
don't mind.
more frequencies and energy than the 4G, being that it's that close?
When you're dealing with 4G
what it is the 5G is go ahead, One World. It's just a higher frequency, so it's a shorter wavelength, so they have to put the antennas closer together. Where 4G is a longer wavelength, so they can space them out. That's really all it is. But that's the danger, though, because that higher frequency causes more cancer and it makes you vibrate at a higher rate than you should.
Yeah, I noticed.
He's going to.
But all of you are forgetting one more thing.
For the who don't understand.
So yeah, that I mean, like that.
You got some. Who's doing that? Yeah, you got some magnets. Magnets get stronger than the other one. The stronger the magnet is, the smaller the magnetic field around it is. And so I know you probably think that if you got a bigger and stronger magnet, that you would have a bigger field, but it actually works in opposite direction.
Right.
I got a question for all of you.
They have to, because they wanted to make a stronger Wi-Fi, they have to now add more towers in between because the field won't extend from tower to tower once you turn the magnetic field stronger. You know what I'm saying? If y'all can get that.
Hey, Ms. Z, what you were saying, man? What's your name, Ms. Z?
Huh?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What you saying now?
Oh, good. So I'm thinking something like, what if all of this is caused by emotion? Because remember, emotion is a frequency as well, and the frequency can be manipulated in different ways. What if those towers are emitting a frequency that affects people? At the same time, with us people, we're more like a net. We're all one, right? So those towers and all of our emotions, probably we are reacting to somehow like a different frequency that affects us and the weather as well. Because our frequency, I think it affects the weather as well. Like if you look in certain areas where things are just not good, the weather is always going bad as well. Has anyone ever thought of that?
Yeah, those frequency weapons, they do affect your moods. They actually use it now, and they've been doing it since, as far as we know, since 2012 to manipulate people's emotions and get them angry and riled up. And that's why depression rates are so high, suicide rates are so high. They're actually doing it now. We were just talking about it the other night where they even go so far as to broadcast songs from the radio and mask the frequency within the song. So like at times you would have a song playing in your head and then somebody would cut the radio on, and right where the song is playing in your head, it's playing at that very same spot on the actual radio when the radio is turned on. Now, a lot of people think that's like some psychic shit, and it kind of is, because what it is the frequencies fucking with your aura, and it's how the voice to skull technology works, where they broadcast the signal, they mask it in the music, and then they actually convey the actual frequency into your brain to manipulate you and manipulate your emotions and your thoughts. That's why when you hear violent music, you want to get violent. You hear sad music, you feel sad. And at times when you hear no music, you actually hear music in your head, and then you turn it on and it's the same exact music because they're broadcasting the signal all the time. So yeah, they do fuck with your emotions with it.
So pretty much they're using your brain like antennas.
Yeah, they're using your brain. They're using your own mind against you.
Damn. That's deep. That's deep.
Well, it ain't gonna matter soon because, man, if this whole fucking plasma shit, this 2020 changeover shit, it ain't gonna even fucking matter. Like, all of that shit is gonna get wiped out anyway. Like,
well, on the other side of things, the proponents who are arguing for the 5G, they're saying that it can actually protect us from EMPs and electromagnetic storms and shit like that. So, but I don't know how true that is, because they always sell us bad shit and tell us that it's good, because they tell us vaccines protect us from diseases. So
You know,
nah, they
that's
blowing
another thing
smoke
to take.
up. They blowing
Yeah,
smoke
that's
up
what I
your
thought.
ass with that shit,
Yeah,
man. Like
sure.
seriously,
Yeah,
like the
'cause I'm not with
government.
it.
You dealing with an establishment that's only been in power for had these types of powers for what a couple 50 years or some shit like that, man. Like they've been playing with this shit for like 60 to 70 years or something like that. So it's just like technological developments and shit like that. But like I mean, all of this is Nikola Tesla. All of this is reverse engineered Nikola Tesla
Yeah, what I was
inventions and stuff like that.
what I was
Let
gonna
me
get
ask
at,
you a question, citizen. When you done, man.
yeah, what I was getting at with the underground military bases is during the Obama administration, the construction started, I believe, under Bush 1, continued under Clinton, continued under Bush 2. After 9/11, they accelerated it under Obama. They were putting on the finishing touches and getting ready to move in there. And what they said was that the elites, because under Denver Airport, there's a big military base and they connect all the caverns and all the tunnel systems all throughout the United States. And there's truckers who reported that there's tunnels going from Colorado all the way to DC to New York. Now, up in upstate New York, funny enough, where I'm from, they have this place in the Catskill Mountains called the Howe Caverns. And the Howe Caverns is an extensive cave system that was used during the Revolutionary War, where the Americans would hide in there and then ambush the British from the caves and shit, and they would escape through the cave system. So they were like goat, and they couldn't find them. And apparently now the military has blocked off a lot of caverns in there, and they're connecting them to the tunnels, and they're using that shit they have a whole city underground pretty much. And what it's for is they're preparing for either like nuclear war or some type of cataclysm or some shit like that, some kind of disaster they're preparing for. So now that you're bringing up that plasma storm, it kind of makes sense that they want to go underground and have their own their nuclear facilities. Now, the evidence to support the nuclear facilities is if you look up, it's called Phipps. I think it's Phipps Ridge or Phipps River or some shit like that. And I believe it's in Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, but they had to barricade or shore up all the bridges and roads and shit because they were bringing in these 2 nuclear reactors that they were supposedly going to build a nuclear power plant in the town for. Then all of a sudden, the nuclear reactors 2 buildings get built in a deep ass pit in the ground, get buried. The nuclear reactors disappear, and then they call off the project. But the people of the town never saw the nuclear reactors leave. So they stayed there and they buried them underground. When they were doing Denver Airport, they built 2 buildings the same way in a deep ass pit. And then they called off the project and they deemed the buildings located in the wrong area. And then they went ahead and buried them anyway. And when they buried them, they said they're going to repurpose them and use them for storage. And all of this ties into the underground bases and that shit that you're talking about.
Yeah, there ain't
no
escaping.
In the last 2 years, yeah. Oh yeah, there's gonna be some shit. But what I was gonna say, let me just finish with this real quick. I know I'm being long-winded, but let me just finish with this. In the last 2 to 3 years, people all over the southwestern United States have been reporting feeling tremors and hearing explosions going off. And apparently what they were saying was they were doing demo to build more tunnels. The Walmarts were shutting down and there was tunneling going on under there. And now we got the earthquakes in California. I don't know if y'all heard about that. They got hit with a 6.4 and then a 7.1 the next day. I think that was like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So there's a lot of shit going on underground, which could mean something's going on above ground that they're preparing for.
Let me throw something in about the underground cities and railroad systems. This is something I want us to think about. If they was making underground railroad systems in our time, we would feel the little tremors on the surface. So what my point is that I agree with everything he said, but I believe, this is just my belief, I believe that this whole underground network was created in ancient day by the pygmy and that they still using it. Now, when you see what I'm saying? Because if you look at a map of the Underground Railroad system, it encompasses the entire United States and people. Ain't no way slaves was wailing in California making an Underground Railroad because when no slaves in Cali. So if you go and pull up a map of the Underground Railroad system, you will see that this couldn't have been built by slaves. That our slaves was using an underground system that they knew about from their ancestors that built it. You see what I'm saying?
I would say is a lot of these tunnel systems are actually they're just updated existing natural caverns. A lot of them are like natural caves that were already there, that were built, that were added to by the ancestors, and then now they've been, expanded and widened, and they paved roads and shit. And put in lights.
You got me too, Mike. We can't even hear him.
Oh, my got a loud background now.
Yo, so let me.
Y'all can hear me?
Somebody's got a loud background.
It's to do with the construction.
Yeah. I work on the Underground Railroads, and I put some pictures in the back chat. Y'all scroll up, you'll be able to see it. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a Total Recall. Those big ass drill machines. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing fragments and dynamite explosions because some of the material is like hard for the machine to get through. But it is real. It's like building.
Yeah, they call it TBMs, tunnel boring machines.
Yeah. This is definitely real, and we got teams of electricians that we work down in there too. And like I said, I put some pictures of it. The last one I just did for y'all in the back chat too. You know what I'm saying? So you can see how real. You can see the scale of it when you see people standing next to it. You be like, oh, wow, it's like size of a city building.
They say some of them you can fly a plane through how big they are.
Hey, me too, Mike, dog. Ain't gonna say no more, dog.
Hey, Miss Z, if you go into I don't know if you probably on a bus or if you probably out traveling, that's probably why your background, that outdoors. But yeah, if you could go to a better indoor place whenever you can, that'll help your audio, bro. But you good. Whenever you want to talk, we'll all mute and we'll be able to hear you over the wind. But yeah, go ahead, guys. And let me say this. I still think they make tunnels, but I think that the network is ancient and all they doing is hooking up their little rivers to the main streams. So what they're doing, they're hooking up their network to connect the ancient cities to these new cities we built today. They ain't got to do a lot of work. Like, I don't think they got to drill cross country because the routes was always there. Now, they may have to dribble a little tunnel to the main routes that the ancient was up. I think they just connecting they shit to that network that been there, because the routes that the ancients used would be some of the same, paths of least resistance what I would think they would want to use today. But I do think there was a degree of building too. But I do think that the underground world has been around a long time. Me personally, I think it's entire civilizations that just don't come to the surface. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't trying to go that deep with you. But we can go. I'm gonna pass the mic.
100. Now that's a good topic. That get to going into them Agartha and Shambhala stories. But then again, we didn't been into how that's places of mental manifestation as well. But
I ain't too loud on y'all.
You got that right here in New York, man. You got people that stay underground or never come out.
One world, guess what? You took it right out of my mouth. I was just gonna say, right here in Vegas, we got about 1,500 people that live in the underground, in the sewers and all of that. They actually their own city. And you can look it up online.
Just remember, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was like, you know what I'm saying? They based that off of motherfuckers being underground and shit. But like here in Philadelphia, there's our city. There's over, I would believe they said about 30 to 100 miles of tunnels below the city of Philadelphia alone. Ancient, and if you look at some of these ancient, I like, as I'm driving down like the highway or some shit, or sometimes when I'm going on a subway here, because our subway is going to ground and shit, there's other like old blocked off ancient old, I don't want to say ancient, but old tunnel systems that are like closed off or blocked off. Like Pennsylvania is like, is a mining state. So like there's a lot of underground caverns and underground tunnel systems that like was just been built. So it's just like, yo, I heard this saying before, it only takes one generation to change the flow of history and information. That's all it takes is one generation. So who knows? And you know, when I started looking into that Tartarian shit, that shit started leading me to some more underground shit about these underground complexes and things like that. And, you know, I basically think that modern day America is built over old or a former modern civilization that was here before us that probably had the same time or similar technologies that was just reverse engineered, and all we did was just built over top of that shit and changed the history above it or erased the history and wrote new history, and but took the technologies of the ancient world that were, you know, we built on top and reverse engineered it, and that's what we got today. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just how that shit is. You know what I'm saying? With all these underground joints. And to the homie, you know, that was saying, you know, talking about how they building up all these underground caverns right now, the government is definitely knows about something that is going on. They are building shit, and they are preparing for some type of cycle that's getting ready to come, because you can tell, I can tell by all the freight trains that's coming through my city and all the shit that be on the freight trains and shit, and where is all this shit going? It just be going into these fucking different parts of the fucking state or different parts of the different sections of our state, and that shit just be disappearing and shit into town. Like, you know what I'm saying? They rolling in tanks and all kinds of other shit like that. Like, where y'all getting all this shit and where y'all putting all this shit? They preparing. They're just look at the movies that they put out and see how in the movie The Day After Tomorrow, how the elite was preparing themselves. They were preparing themselves for that cycle to come. While everybody else was living their normal lives, the elite was building their little underground bunkers and their little arcs and ships and shit like that. They were preparing themselves in that movie, but if you notice in the movie, everybody was going about their everyday life as if it was all good, as everything was fucking normal until shit hits the fan. So you just might want to keep that in mind, people out there. You know what I'm saying? That just because everything seems like it's fucking A-okay and it's all hunky-dory right now, and you know what I'm saying, that everything seems like it's normal, it's all a fucking distraction. A distraction from what? Man, these people are playing a game of survival. They're not playing no other fucking games against us, games of manipulation. Yeah, they're manipulating us to keep us asleep so they can fucking survive what's coming next and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just putting that out there. That's why they built, if you notice in the movie The Terminator, the last Terminator movie, where the bull and his girl, John Connor, her and his wife, you know what I'm saying, Sarah Connor or whatever, her pops sent them to a underground base that they had built back in the fucking 60s and shit. And it was just empty, sitting there, you know what I'm saying, empty. Like, and they were the only motherfuckers to show up there to survive the coming whatever catastrophe that was happening. Because the government's been planning on this shit. They know something is coming up soon, and they just hitting everybody over the head with these distractive joints. But, you know, I'm a leader. I'm about to, you know what I'm saying, y'all can see I'm at work and shit, you know what I'm saying, but I'm about to get off the mic, but I just wanted to lay that out there for you. And Brother Sanchez, I've been trying to put that out there, you know, for the, you know, the past month. It's just, you know, times, you know, and shit like that. But, you know, just lay that out there. This 2020 event, man, is something else, man. And they've been prepping us up for this shit for years now, man, for years. So I think everybody is getting ready to ride a wave. You just don't know, man, how to prepare yourselves for this shit. I'm just letting y'all know.
Hey, brother, you spot on with it. I'm tracking because, yeah, they've been preparing us for it for years. That movie called 2020, is old. It's a decade old when they was talking about this. Now they gave you what they did a drill in the year 2000 with the Y2K shit. But what we talking about is when we pull up that Hebrew cosmos and you see the waters above, waters below, and on that Bart Simpson, the Simpsons episode when they had the sky breaking and the earth flooding with the water, that's the 2020 shit, but it ain't liquid water. It's this plasma apocalypse shit that the brother talking about. It's like a wave of fucking electromagnetic energy. But if you look at that movie 2020, they had it portrayed as water, and the earth flooded with water, and basically the rich people recreated because they had the ships and shit, and when the water recessed, the land came back, and bam, you know, it was like a great flood. All of the great flood stories is they ain't talking about water. I think it's electromagnetism, this mud flood shit, how the ground is shuffling these different generations on top of each other. And you can cut the ground open and see the past. And just like when you cut a tree open to see the rings, the different rings from the inner ones are the oldest ones, and the outer ones.
Like slicing a cake.
Yeah. So the earth is a tree, and you can cut the ground open and see like how these different rings around us been shuffling. When they said past, present, future is a cycle, you can cut the ground open and go into the past, but that's really going back to the future like the movies say, because you're going back to that advanced natural technology, what they talking about going back to now. Green energy and electromagnetic shit, you know, they just moving backwards. So it's just deep, man, that, you know, I think what's gonna happen in 2020, you talked about the red sky. That's interesting because the book of Revelation speak about the sky turning to blood. And I think that's interesting with Nibiru and stuff, and the polar shift of, you think of that Pepsi symbol flipping around. I don't know too much about that, but you know, it's just a lot of interesting things coming up with this, man. I'm gonna just mute my mic.
If there's a channel, is called Brian Austin Lambert 33, and is the dude, and like like he's really cocky with his shit, like, but I listen to his channel, and I listen to his, you know, to what, you know, what he was saying in his joint, and I went back and I kind of like, you know, did my own research, and I did my cross examinations, and it's like, yo, what you saying about the plasma, and you know, and all of this stuff, and you know how the center of the earth is, you know, this big giant, you know, hematite mound, and you know what I'm saying, like, basically if you go on the Bros channel, he basically highlights he breaks it all down to the common denominator. He leaves all the layman shit out. You know what I'm saying? It leaves it for the laymen to learn basically about what's going on. And basically it's just like, yo, all the governments and the Masons and all these motherfuckers have just been blowing smoke up our asses for all this time while they've been preparing for this next changeover event. You know what I'm saying? And all they've been doing is just been blowing smoke up our asses while we've been distracting, while they've been preparing themselves. And they put it out in these movies, just like you said, Brother Sanchez, in the movie 2020 and the movie 2012 and The Day After Tomorrow, and how they be, you know what I'm saying, and how they got the red sky changeover, and you know how it's in Revelations, and you know, they're just, you know, we're being souped up for this shit. You know what I'm saying? We're being prepped for something to come. And basically, you know, it's all about a mechanism of survival. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it. Like,
hey, I got something important to add. This event that's coming up, they're calling it Red Sky, you said?
He call it the electromagnetic plasma changeover event. That's what he call it, the EMCO.
Yeah, but what's the code name you said? Red Sky?
Yeah, it's supposedly all right.
Well, check this out.
After we go through this 7 days of these like
No. I wasn't even getting into all that. I just wanted to know about the designation that they're calling it, because the reason why is because a couple years ago, Homeland Security had a blackout drill where they were cutting the power to certain cities around the country, just for like an hour or two, and they'll cut it back on and shit. And they were calling it Operation Black Sky. So now we have Black Sky and then Red Sky. So what would be next? Would it be green?
No, Red Sky is the result. All right, Red Sky is the result of this plasma storm. After you see how when the sun comes out,
storm happens,
you see
the
how
sky is going to change and it's going to be red.
If you learn anything about electricity and plasma and how it affects us and stuff like that, after this whole event, the sky is supposedly red. Like how it's blue during the day now, it's supposedly
said, yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So like. I mean it's a result of some natural shit, not what they doing, but
because the reason why I was thinking the color codes is because in the military they also have a color code when they say they green light something, like in covert operations. If they give you a green light, that means go ahead and act and take the shot or whatever. And what I was hearing was a lot of during the Obama administration, they were bringing in under the UN compact, they were bringing in a lot of foreign military troops, and these guys were coming into the country. And nobody ever saw them leave. So rumor has it that they were in these underground bases training or whatever and doing whatever. And they were supposed to be activated one day to come out to do the gun confiscations once they got Congress to pass the bill. And these were going to, because they knew the local police and half the military wasn't going to do it. So they were going to use these UN soldiers and put them in American uniforms. And they were going to call it Operation Greenlight. And they were going to let them go out and shoot Americans and take their guns and shit. So I was thinking Black Sky and then Red Sky and then Green Light. So maybe after the plasma event, they're going to do that to the survivors is what I was thinking. I was just trying to connect the dots is all. Because, they like talking code and shit. And they play semantics
when it comes to that red shift, blue shift, isn't that a change between an electric magnetic sky versus a magnetic electric sky? It would be the switch over from mainly electric energy into magnetic energy.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not
that's what it is.
Right. Now, as often as we see them try to propose ideas like that under a false pretense of fear, that would mean more devastation for the systems that they have going on more so now than it would for nature. So if they can get us addicted enough to technology, which they have, it'll appear like that type of event. But if you somebody that then came into your awakening and you ready to go back to nature anyway, for you, this just might be a reset button. And you don't have to die.
No, it's not meant. You know what I'm saying? It's all about awareness. If you're aware of what's going on around you and in your surroundings, then you will be able to adjust to, that's just nature, you know what I'm saying? And so, they building all these underground bases and all this shit because they're in fear of this whole thing, their damn selves. Like, these people ain't super higher power above us or nothing. We're all in the same fucking boat. It's just, you got people who are playing behind the scenes that are just pulling the fucking strings. But they're in the same predicament as us. You can't escape this shit. Whether you go underground or whether you go above ground or in the sky or wherever the fucking place you try to go.
So is it supposed to kill us too, or is it just going to cause damage to infrastructure and shit?
I don't know what this shit is supposed to do. All I know is, according to ancient records, it fucked everything up and reset everything back to Earth. Just like, your PlayStation and, your Xbox and all that has a reset button when the motherfucker fucks up, when it gets too hot or when you've been playing it too long. And, you know what I'm saying? Remember you had to hit the reset button? Well, it's the same thing about our planet that we live on. The planet that we live on has its own reset mechanism. You know what I'm saying? And so after a certain period of time and shit like that, the planet hits the reset button and everything resets and goes back to, whatever the factory reset. It's just like, hitting the factory reset on your phone and shit. You can pile up over time on your cell phone. You amass all this memory and all of this shit, that these downloads and shit that you download to your phone. And then after a certain point in time, you come to a capacity, a tipping point, to where you have to reset shit. You have to reset every night when you go to sleep. Your body has to reset itself. So as above, so below. So, so what?
Yeah, hey, let me interject.
Go ahead, brother.
Quick. We was talking about how they've been showing us this. Go watch the movie Mad Max. Go watch any of these post-apocalyptic movies. And what you will see is in their post-apocalyptic scenarios, all life ain't obliterated. The electrical grid is gone. Remember I told you how they created this energy grid that rule the world today? It's not sustainable. The ancients created an energy grid that have been through several of these storms that we about to go through. In fact, when it's over, the pyramids and all of that will still be here. But they system won't though. See, that's why they talking about sustainable energy systems now, when they should have been thinking about that when they was creating this shit. But they didn't want it to be sustained, because to create a sustained system, that come with a whole nother spiritual system. And that's what we going to now. So when the brother said about hitting the reset button, what's going to happen is the world going to end. But what is the world by definition? It's the group, it's sociology, the way we do things. How we say the ancient world, it's people still living in the ancient world, but it's 2019. I mean, how are they doing it? Because it's the way they living. If you go to the jungle, they still got an ancient setting. So what we're saying is that worlds are defined by ideology systems. This world is ending. This new world that was created 7,000 years ago, it was never sustainable. That's why even in the Bible, it tell you the beast knew what time his shit was going to cash out. You see, they built their shit off the electrical energy grid of the earth when the ancients was into the magnetic vibration of the earth. And that's just how I'm interpreting the whole thing. So there's, if you look at all these energy systems that's under these gods we under today, they always fall. All of them are just keep recreating themselves after this wave come in.
There was a period, if you notice, there's always these periods of time where the population of the earth is reduced. But it's only reduced, not eliminated or eradicated, but reduced. You know what I'm saying? And reset back to a reset period. So if you reset your phone, you don't lose all the information. You don't lose everything in your phone. You still got the factory settings, the original settings that came with it. So what's going to happen right now is Earth is getting ready to reset herself, and the original settings that came with the Earth is getting ready to get set up. You know what I'm saying? And so if you're not in tune, if you're not resetting your body, your mind, and your spirit to Earth, then you're going to be eradicated, eliminated. You know what I'm saying? Erased off the phone. That's what your phone, that's what a computer does when it resets itself. You know what I'm saying? You go back to factory reset. It wipes out everything that's non-essential, that's non-relevant. It brings back everything that's relevant, that makes it work to its original form, back to its original state. So right now, planet Earth, what we're on, we're not in our original set. We're not in our original settings right now. We're offset right now. But Earth is getting ready to reset itself to 2020, balance itself right back out. And so if you're not in balance with yourself, in tune with the earth, in tune with nature, in tune with your body, in tune with spirit, and all of that, in tune with your chakras and all that, when the earth resets, hey, guess what? You're going to get wiped out. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't adjust. You didn't reset yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's about to happen. That's what's getting ready to go.
Hey, can I ask a question? Uh-huh. Can you match this with the ancients? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, can you match this information or this thought that you have with any of our ancestors about this resetting and stuff like that? Did they go through anything like that?
Yeah, they talked about the Mayan talked about the end of a long count, and other cultures call them the end of an epoch, and we started to call it an epocalypse with the 4 horsemen and all that. But yeah, it's different names around the world where they talk about this reset. In fact, the word reset is the god that's associated with this thing, because if you play Nintendo and hit the reset button, what happened? It go black for a minute, like the brother said, and it come back clean. The god Set is black for that reason, that sleep energy, that reset energy. On a macrocosmic level, the earth was said to help go through a little sleep period or reset, because the word rest is just, reset is just rest. So it's definitely a lot of talk about it, but the question is, are we interpreting it right, or are we just scaring ourselves, you know? But, you know, it don't really fear me that much, you know. I know it's a lot of things I'm gonna miss, but hey, if nature say, goddamn it, we gotta renew it, hey, who am I? And I'm all for it. But yeah,
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree, bro, because it's like, I feel the same way. As much as niggas don't want that type of thing to be a cataclysm versus an upgrade, it's like, if it is, because it's nature, we know shit, nature is undefeated. That shit don't lose. Ain't no point of going against the grain, and just given the fact that we know through science we get recycled anyway. It's like, you can only bitch so much, and the Most High ain't gonna feel sorry, because everybody has an opportunity. And everybody got their free will to make sure that they graduate and do everything that they do, and turn in all of their work and pass all of their finals, quote unquote.
But how do you distinguish what, or rather, that's going to be a good? My bad about that. But I say, how are you going to distinguish rather that reset is going to be good or bad?
Well, it's going to be different things for different people based on who they are and what they've done.
A reset is always a good thing. Listen, vanity is you have to let go of ego and vanity in order for you to endure this process, you know what I'm saying, that we going through right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just like going through the schools of thought. You gotta let go of that Christian shit in order for you to move into the spiritual shit. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta let it go.
But you know, well, like you said, it's gonna be a good thing if you're ready for it, but if you're not ready for it, it's not.
I got a really simple but important question.
If you're not ready for it, nature gonna get you ready for it. That's what this energy gonna do. It's gonna push you. Now, another thing I'm gonna say before I pass it to Citizen, real briefly. When they talk about Jesus coming back, earlier I told you Jesus is the North Pole. This energy coming to everybody is basically the North Pole expanding, and that energy field coming out to us now. So when they said Jesus gonna come back and every knee gonna bow and everybody on earth gonna be judged at the same time, how is that gonna happen? Because it's like a scanning energy. It's gonna scan every heart. This energy gonna go through everything. It's gonna expand outward like Christ coming back. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, with all this that's gonna happen, right? We don't know if we're gonna live or die, but assuming that we live, because I'm pretty sure we're all gonna assume that we're gonna, survive. Guns or no guns?
No guns.
Yeah, when
the event happens, you don't want no fucking metal. That's all I'm saying. You don't want to be around anything that's metal. So.
And on top of that, we gotta always remember when they talk about gun control and shit like that. guns have never been the cause of the killing at the end of the day, because way before we had guns, back when we had bow and arrows, daggers, if you want to take it before that, when we just had fists. If you take away all weapons from people, if you don't solve the root problem, they still gonna beat the shit out of each other. That's period. So it's all about attacking the root thing.
And I can't fight. So I'm not about to be out here knuckling up with nobody.
No. Right. No, I'm saying do what's around. But I'm saying if the government don't have guns either, then I'm saying ain't no use in everybody trying to reinvent them.
I'm gonna tell you this: when this thing play out, every individual gonna react at that split millisecond accordingly. This conversation ain't gonna even pop in your head when it happens.
Yeah, I'm just talking about, like, you know, life after. Like if let's say we survive, you know, there's survivors there, resources are scarce, you're gonna have to protect yourself somehow.
I think it go back to some Walking Dead shit. You might have to pick up a spear. You might have to pick up a machete.
I think after the reset period, we're going to go back to a matriarchal period. I think after this reset, we're going back into a matriarchal period and not no patriarchal shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not going to happen. You know what? I'm saying it's not going to happen overnight. It might not even happen in our generation.
It won't. But some support for what he's saying, if you think about it, when that type of shit happens, when you think about what's going to be the most important thing to men at that point, since money and jobs and all of the other shit ain't around no more, it's simply going to be the women that keep because it's going to be the women that keep their generations going, and that's going to be once again brought to the forefront as the most important crown jewel. It's like,
and then you got to remember you got to remember there's dudes out there that can't get women, and they're going to want to rape your woman, and if 10 dudes come after my wife, I'm going to lay them the fuck down.
All of them. You hear me?
Facts.
I think after the reset, I think everybody's mind is going to be reset. So I think, you know, we're going to be reset back to a period where our consciousness is going to be reset. So we're not even going to be thinking about those things, because those things are going to be of the past. Remember, when you reset a phone, you wipe out all the negative shit and you bring back all the original good shit that made
you right.
That's a possibility.
Good. That made you want the phone. That made it operate fast.
Now, you know what? Well, hold on. Well, what's going on now is so far we've only offered a negative possibility, and so this is a positive possibility to kind of balance it out. Hey, because either one is belief, you know. Well, you know, that could be one set, and that could, I don't know how the energy may react. Maybe it do your ass like that. Yeah, maybe it take away all the bullshit too. Maybe it don't. We gonna see though.
What if it just amplifies everybody else? You know, like the bad people get worse and the good people get better. You know what I mean?
Speculating at this point, you know, but it sounds good though.
Hey, you know what though? One of the most interesting parts about it, G, is just like it's one of those things that the effect spans, since it's a restart like that, the effect spans generations. As in all of those past generations that inspired the generations now and leading up to now is going to be left and done away with for a new whole way of life. You see what I'm saying? That the new generations will spark from that. Like those old ways of life from the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, and beyond ain't gonna be as attached to what's gonna come after, is what I'm saying, as much as they were to one another. As in, as much as the 70s was tied to the 80s or the 1900s was tied to the 1800s, it's not gonna be the same kind of tie, I feel like, after that shift.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like it's gonna be a phasing out kind of period though, because you remember, like, societal systems don't just shift overnight. So what happens in between that shift period, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking about. Because at the end of it, it might be rainbows and peaches and cream, but getting there, there's probably gonna be a lot of motherfuckers that's gonna have to get dealt with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if there's no government control to stop them, there's a lot of people who aren't committing crimes right now just because they know they can go to jail for it. But once that possibility is gone, you know, anything's possible.
Yeah, I think also, like, you look at the movie Terminator, they had an apocalyptic scene in that movie. And basically the movie Terminator was about getting rid of the robots, getting rid of the whatever that the version of Borg that
It was Skynet.
yeah, you know, them. It was about getting rid of them, and even Terminator killed himself because it was about getting rid of the machines and letting the humans go ahead and live on their own. And it was started on a great setting where humans and robots was going to war. If you ever remember how the whole Terminator series started. But if you look at the movie I Am Mother, it's another Terminator movie in our time. But I brought that up to say how for the past couple years, the robots have been ruling. You know what I'm saying? And they die. I think the machines are dying now, and they trying to keep them alive by putting the human consciousness into them like they was doing in Terminator and shit. But in the movie I Am Mother, it was about the humans trying to destroy the fucking robots because they wanted their planet back. And if you think about what's happening, the robots live off the electric grid. And if that get destroyed, it'll be the same setting we have in all these post-apocalyptic movies. It's only apocalypse for the rich people. The homeless people are already in a post-apocalyptic setting. Have you been to Skid Row? You see what I'm saying? It's only apocalypse for they work, for they system, for the rich people. But now, just to show you another movie where they talking to you, The Book of Eli, a post-apocalyptic setting, and Denzel was protecting the last Bible on earth with his life because nobody in that world knew about the Bible. They was using that to say nobody knew how the earth started, humans didn't know their origins and shit like that. But you know they was giving the Bible props. What's happening? Hold up. What's happening with the flat earth movement right now is we the Book of Eli. See, the fucking whole truth that's coming out, what the ancients was teaching about 2020, the flat earth, the ripple effect, all of this, as that's resurfaced, we enter in a reset. And that's saying that, okay, they ready to wake up now. It only take a few minds for the earth to cross that threshold and say, okay, that well, a few of them woke, time to cut the lights back on, send on the way. They talking magnetism is resurfaced now. In other words, it don't matter what the calendar say. The moment we woke up, it was that time that the Mayans spoke of. And if that was gonna happen in the 30s, that awakening was happening. They've been fucking with time. So you even if the calendar went 2020 and you can rearrange it, it'll still be a numerical value that symbolize awakening. For example, the date January 1st, 2020 equal out to the number 6, which is the spiral and a number of man, and often used for reset because you just crossed over from 5. So this is interesting, man, to see what happened.
Yeah, here's another quick interesting point. I threw out an equation earlier in the last stream to calculate your age based on the 10-month calendar, just for fun. You take your age, you times it by 12 to find out how many months you are, and then you divide it by 10, and that tells you how many 10-month years you are. Pretty cool. You should try it. That's your age times 12, and that number divided by 10. What are y'all doing it right now?
Who doing it?
Everybody counting on their fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you just made me older, man.
I know, we all are. I'm like 38.
Yeah, I hit 37.
Oh, I'm not gonna count mine. I don't want to hear no jokes from Zone.
Yeah, I forgot he was here.
I was waiting on him too. Nah, but hey, so let me ask y'all a question.
Go ahead.
You know, I heard a lot of you guys saying that we facing this, we facing that. Like, how do we prepare for all these different, you know, occurrences that's about to happen? Like, you know, how do we prepare for that so people can get a better understanding on, you know?
Everybody.
You know what?
Go ahead, Quentin. You got it.
No, I was just gonna say one way definitely that we prepare for it, because I can't even sit here and not give certain people credit. Like you said earlier, bro, when you was doing the Monday Mystery School, when it comes to the progress we done made, we can't not give ourselves credit for the shit we have done just because of shit that we ain't. And when it comes down to it, one of the best things that's been done to prepare for this is one, what you doing and waking us all up to it in the first place. And two, what niggas like One World is doing is actually putting this shit hands on. But the third step would be us all linking through all of these states and through all of these countries that we in and actually joining together and doing shit groundwork wise. Like,
well, oh, go ahead, Quinn. I thought you were done, bro.
No, you can go ahead, Citizen. I ain't even, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be long with it. Go ahead, bro.
Well, quick thing before Citizen, go ahead. Well, the thing is, I know you guys was talking about the whole energy shift next year, 2020, right? But my whole thing is, do you think we ran out of time? Do you think it's too late now to even start? You know what I'm saying?
It ain't ever too late to start, man.
I'm going to tell everybody like this. I think it's what state of being you are when it goes down. Even right now, when you say, how do we prepare for it, that right there may get you in trouble. I think this is spiritual preparation. And basically what it is whether you prepare for it or not, this is a reversal of the negotiation here. Earth is prepared for us now. So it's one of
right. That's what I'm saying. So basically, look, my question. That's what I'm saying though. My question is for the people who's been asleep this long, right, and have not been on the same journey as we have, as far as getting enlightenment.
They will be.
So they have no choice. It's just gonna. Okay, I feel you.
Yeah. See what it is. The people ain't on our level because they ain't been to that quiet place to ponder deeply about their reality and nature. Their mind is on full speed every second. Love and hip hop, my next show, this part of that club. They ain't got time to think about hyperboloids and shit. But when this grid gets shut down, you're gonna have a lot of time to look at the flowers. You're gonna have a lot of time to think about how shit work when you have to go out there and see which plant I got to eat that ain't poisonous. It's gonna force you to get back and learn about nature when Uncle Sam ain't there with his electric grid to be a crutch for you. You're gonna have to learn what the animals know. You're gonna have to look at these herds and say, well, damn, all of them herds starting to move right now. Maybe I wanna follow them because they know some fucking weather coming. You're gonna be thinking like that now because you ain't gonna be in this urban setting. They show you this in them post-apocalyptic settings. The people that's thriving are the ones who was connecting with the earth. It's gonna be shifted now. The fucking Google gurus and iPhone makers, they're gonna be nobodies after this because ain't gonna be no electrical grid. It's gonna be the earth people, the green thumbs, who know about the seeds. So when all this damn synthetic food gone and they kill each other in the supermarkets and the expiration date go off, all this shit ain't gonna be left nothing now but plants. Now what we're gonna need is some people who gonna know which plant I gotta eat and not kill my motherfucking self. Not an iPhone. So the table's gonna shift to the knowledge of the earth is those gonna be rich in those days.
But what I was saying is that's when the real survival of the fittest starts. Not before.
I was gonna answer your question like what do we do to prepare? I actually have a video called "Prepare for the Food Crisis." It's got just over 2,000 views, and I got some good tips about what to do with food, how to produce food. There's a little method that I had recently learned about called sprouting, where you can actually take, like if you got a jar of beans or a jar of seeds like alfalfa seeds or something, and you don't have time to grow the whole plant, you can actually put the seeds in a moist, dark place and let them sprout, and you can cook and eat the sprouts, or you can eat them raw. I recommend eating them raw because you get more nutrition out of it. But that's just one quick tip, stockpiling food. But you got to keep everything to where you can be mobile, to where you can get out of the city and leave if you have to. You got to have protection. You got to have a network of people. But what we got is we got some land out in the country that's just raw land with woods and open fields. It's just a little 5-acre lot, but it's enough for us. And we also got, connections with people that live out in the country that own farms and own houses with lots of acres and shit. So we have several places that we can go if the power goes out, we have to leave. But for right here in my house, I'm prepared for a long-term power outage with the food storage and my local network right here. Me and all my neighbors we all got our own little stockpile. Some of us have gardens, some of us don't, but we're going to use them as community gardens if it comes down to it. We all got rain collection, water filtration. Yeah, man, that's about it. And of course, protection and communication, shortwave radios and shit like that. If you can get them to work after that shit, after whatever goes down. But that's what we're working with.
I got a question.
People need to learn how to read maps because y'all gonna be stuck when y'all don't have your Google navigation. You gotta learn how to read the maps. It's serious.
Yeah, we got some OGs. We got some OGs on our team. They don't even know how to use the Google. All they do is the maps and the atlases.
Big facts right there, boy. That's big facts. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too. Another question I wanted to ask. It's interesting that they building this wall right during this, but they want to have it complete before 2020. Now, could it be a possibility that this wall around the United States is so we miss this shift? If this energy coming in, this wall can, if it's got made out of some material they ain't telling us about, could it kind of block this ship and kind of create, maybe we ain't seeing the energy field, but Trump's wall may be like a barrier?
I heard that theory before, and I don't know anything about it. I'm just familiar with the theory. I'm not sure how it would block it, because if it's an energy shift, I'm thinking it would be coming from, it can get over a 30-foot wall. The highest points on the wall only 30 feet. So I don't know how high they would need it to be, and all they're doing is using concrete and steel. According to what they say. So as far as I know, I wouldn't think so.
Hey, I heard something about that. You familiar with the QAnon thing?
I'm not, but a couple of my Facebook followers are, and they keep me updated from time to time. I know they've been putting out a lot of shit.
Because what they're trying to say is that it's supposed, that wall that you're talking about, supposedly is supposed to block spirits on a different dimension and all this other shit. So maybe that's the story that they're selling in public, and then maybe that's probably what they're really doing.
Yeah, well, whatever they tell the public isn't really what, there's always more to what they tell us. So yeah, that's a fair assumption.
So yeah, what I was telling Sanchez, I was saying that after all this goes down, that's when the real survival of the fittest start. Because I heard somebody say it earlier, like you gonna have a lot of people out here, you know what I'm saying, going after what you got or something, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's a war after the war type of shit, you know what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to tell him.
Well, that goes without saying, if you watch any post-apocalyptic movie, that's what make them good, because it's lawless. It's little outlaw gangs and cliques. Yeah, like Mad Max and shit. Yeah, that's like saying, after the storm, the ground gonna be wet, right? If you ask me, you know what I'm saying?
They be programming us with all this. All right, go ahead.
We got somebody in the chat, Cam Get It, that just threw out an excellent idea. He said it'll probably be smart to start screenshotting Google Map locations and printing them, which is actually a brilliant idea, because then you'll have the hard copies of your Google Maps. So instead of swiping your phone, you're just looking through papers. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. And I think I'm gonna do that, just to have some of my own.
So you don't think this what they meant by the whole purge thing? If you think about it,
the purge might be us. That's what I was trying to say.
Oh, go ahead.
The purge might be us doing what we have to do.
Man, look, all this shit, it's predictive programming. Even what Bro Sanchez was saying about the robots and shit, it's a robot in Dubai or one of them that got citizenship. It's not even, like they be putting that shit out there for us to, they flaunting it.
No bullshit. Like between
they're talking about
robot Sophia getting the citizenship over there, then you got the fact that they didn't put motherfuckers that can do full range running and backflip, shooting. They perfect at when you put all these attributes together.
I was gonna say I was gonna say, Quentin, it gets worse than that. Not only did they give this robot citizenship, but they're actually working on building an entire population of them, and they're going to build a smart city somewhere out in the desert for them. And the reason why they're going to build it out in the desert for the robots is because, well, robots don't need to drink water. So yeah, it's going to get worse than that, and we don't know what's going to go on in that city or how big it's going to get or how they're going to integrate with humans, but we'll see.
That's something we should.
Well, let me tell you a fact, and you can go and pull this up on any scientific site. Scientists have already said, all the experts in robotology, that human and robot marriages will be legal by 2050. Now, guess what that means? That means if a nigga is sitting down at a restaurant with you, with his robot wife, and you spill water on her, you just committed murder.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you trip over the charger cord, you committed assault with a deadly weapon.
Yeah, they got robots working in the post offices right now, in the big post office in Manhattan and stuff like that. I mean, in the city, and I'll let you know right now that they break down a lot. So you know what I'm saying? They break down a lot. You know what I'm saying? And they got simple tasks. Yeah, I don't really believe that they're that complex yet. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a lot of TV talk. You know what I'm saying? Because the action that I see happening, it doesn't really match that. You know what I mean? Because the post office don't play. I mean, they do have machine robots, and then they got the real actual walking type robots. Now the machine ones that just like an arm or these big actions, yeah, that works fine. But the ones that walk around like that we're looking at, the type of robot, they break down a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's always going down. So I don't think they're that good yet. I think they just give us a lot of good stuff.
I saw a movie on Netflix called I Am Mother.
Hey, look, I brought that up. I want to say this. It's only going to take 1 second, and I'm going to mute. I swear I only need 1 second. I want y'all to know what's funny about the robots. How they trying to create a synthetic womb, y'all. Yeah, if you look up these different robots, this ain't going to take but 1 second. If you look up these different female robots, you know, they trying their best to make the womb right. You know, women, so they saying these robots gonna be able to compete. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let me mute my mic.
Man, it gets worse than that. They talking about making artificial wombs to put in trannies now. They're gonna make wombs for men.
This shit they got left. But nah, look. But go ahead, One World.
No, I'm just saying that training shit real. I mean, I ain't think it was that real before. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know, when they would start talking about all these people on TV, and I thought it was bullshit. I'm be honest, but once I started learning how to evaluate, you know what I'm saying, who's a man and how a man really grow instead of just looking for an Adam's apple, it really started changing up things, man. And I'm like, whoa. Before, you know what I'm saying, now I don't know, bro. I mean, like 85, 90% of the females we looking at on TV is dudes.
Well, shit, I mean, even with the womb, you know, they changing niggas' dicks to pussy. So, you know, they go that far.
Man, how about the trans kids? The other day, somewhere out west, one of my Facebook followers was doing a live stream, and they were actually holding a protest outside of some convention center. And inside that convention center, they were actually having a children's drag show with little boys dressed like women, and then there was a bunch of other trannies outside and a bunch of gay dudes and shit, and like, you know, lesbian women, and it was a sick pedo fest, bro. And the cops were standing out there, and they were protecting the pedophiles and blocking the protesters. I mean, obviously they're gonna block the protesters, but it was just a bad look, man. And this is what it's come to. This is where we're at.
Hey, it's so real. Well, like what they do, it's like this type of Baphomet society or something that's under our nose that we ain't see. That these people are, they're giving these children hormone shots, and they don't even reach puberty. And that's the reason why they're fooling us like that, because you know what I'm saying, they've been training these children to do that from as children. So they never reached puberty, you know what I'm saying, due to these hormones and stuff like that. And you know, when the kids is young, it's hard to tell a lot of them sometimes if they boys or girls when they got long hair. You know what I'm saying? You be thinking that's a girl, and they be like, oh no, that's a boy. I be like, oh, yo, my bad. You know, they be pretty when they're young. You know what I'm saying? And because they don't get a chance to reach that puberty, we're getting fooled by all these people here on TV. But let me tell you, man, you gotta start checking out the eyebrow ridge. We gotta start looking at the
You ever got tricked before?
No, I ain't never.
Hold
I ain't
on,
never
wait,
met one in person.
Let me just interject right now. Everybody that's an American that got tricked before, because if your ass came up looking at hip hop, Hollywood, and all that, you've lusted for some of these folks. And I'm gonna tell you, that don't make you gay. I'm just saying they done fuck with this TV. I just recently found out that, you know, I was laughing when motherfuckers told me everybody you see that's a woman in Hollywood is really a man. I looked into it, and that's why I stopped talking about it, because I owe that damn community an apology. I ain't gonna lie, it was a lot of folks emailing me with shit that I couldn't refute. And I was like, damn, this is a thing, right? And they was talking about surrogate babies, because I was like, well, what about the pregnancies? Well, what about the baby pictures? And they had they fucking research just like I got with my flat earth, man. And I'm telling you, it's just, hey, it's wild.
You get wicked when you get into it, yo.
You're in America, the insane asylum and shit, man. This is an asylum dump.
Like, what's worse is the courts
experimentations and shit, man. Like, you know, they had that island off of fucking New York or some shit, like, where, you know, they was doing all the fucking experiments on people and shit like that. That Dr. Jekyll Island or some shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, yo, our controllers, the people who control this shit, you know what I'm saying? It's just like somebody who, you know, is just like the bully of the motherfucking school, man, that comes in and wants to, you know, have his hands on and everything and shit like that. They know everything. They the ones that got their hands on the knowledge first and the technology first and shit like that. And so now it's just like, you know, they puppeting everybody and experimenting on everybody and just doing whatever it is they want to do up until whatever, you know, until the reset happens again. And once we go through the reset period, then, you know,
And what's worse is that the courts are actually getting involved in this trans kids thing, because if your kid goes to school and the teacher convinces your son that he should be a girl, and your son comes home and tells you that he wants to be a girl and you say no, he can actually go back to his teacher and tell his teacher that my parents say no, I can't be a girl. And the teacher can activate CPS, and CPS can come take your kid. And the government will actually do the transgender surgery on your child without your permission, against your will. And in that transgender surgery, it includes sterilization. So even if the kid decides to go back to being what their original gender was, they still will never be able to have children. And this has happened in California. There's been
which is what they want.
California, yeah, multiple cases in California. There's been a few in New York. There's been I think in Washington and in Oregon, there's been a couple, and it's disgusting. In Texas, there was one case where the father and the mother was split up. The mother wanted the boy to be a girl, and the father knew that the boy just wanted to be a boy. The mother went to the court, got full custody of the boy, and transformed the boy into a girl against the father's will. And now the father has to pretend that his son is a girl because the court says so, and he can lose custody of his son/daughter now, thanks to his mother, if he decides to put pants on them. It's fucked up, bro.
But look, let me just say this real quick, MZ. You know, I just wanted to say this. Look, a lot of them trannies, them niggas not turning trannies for nothing. Somebody out there going with these niggas. So who it is? You know what I mean?
The niggas that can't get no women. That's who it is.
Nah, it's niggas with women. You tripping?
Yeah, but they can't get. They wife don't give them none, so they go after women. Man, the niggas is just
listen.
They perverted, bro.
Right now, it's niggas right now that you probably thought was the coolest, realest dude right now, and the nigga just probably you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right.
My whole point is
that's like the rapper Young Buck. I thought, a lot of people, a lot of guys look up to him, and then that whole incident and everything like that.
And Dwight Howard too, the basketball player.
Oh yeah,
a lot of niggas.
Homie recorded him on the voicemail, begging. I think he was like begging for the tranny bag and shit. The nigga took the voicemail and put it on Twitter.
My next question is, do you think we're coming in a time period where niggas actually are getting attracted to niggas like that?
I think it's something.
Chemical warfare.
I think it's chemical warfare. I think it has something to do with what they're putting in the food. Also, I think it has something to do with these frequencies that they're bombarding everybody with. So again, if you want some meat-based diet shit or some processed food-based diet shit, you know what I'm saying? Your ass is subject to be fucking one like. To be, because it's just like, yo, what you put in your body, man, affects your mind and your spirit, yo. So, the things that we consuming right now, these processed foods and the candy, all the high.
That's the chem warfare right there.
Hold on,
you can't say that because
wait a minute, wait, hold on, wait. When you talk about chem warfare with this subject, you gotta talk about Tyrone Haynes. Hold up, mute your mic, brothers. It's a lot of wind back there, Mizzy. Yeah, try to stay muted, brother, because you got the wind. Yeah, what I'm saying is, when you bring up chemical warfare with this subject, you got to talk about Tyrone Haynes and atrazine. Ain't nothing else to talk about. If you want to talk about the real science of that shit, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna tell the story on the last stream, but I didn't really get a chance to. But if you would like me to, I could get into it now. I just need about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's something I'm real familiar with too. I would like you to, because I want to know how much you know about them. And then now we finna get into some real science when you say chemical warfare. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Professor Tyrone Haynes was a professor at University of, I think, Berkeley, California, Berkeley, and he was testing for atrazine. And the atrazine that he was tested for was in a pond, in a runoff retention pond behind the university. And the levels of atrazine in the water was real high. So he had two sets of frogs. And at one set of frogs, he put them in the pond water. And the other set of frogs, he put them in clean water. The frogs in the clean water the male stayed male, the female stayed female. In the atrazine water, the males not only started humping the other males, but the males that were getting humped actually started growing female organs and producing eggs. Now, when he went back to, I think it was Monsanto that hired him to test this atrazine to see what it does. When he went back to Monsanto and gave him the results, those were results that they didn't like. So they decided to ask him to muddle the results of his experiment. He said no. Then they tried to get him fired from his job. Then they tried to threaten him, and it got so bad that he actually had to go to court. And after he went to court, they ordered him to stay silent about it, and they hired another group of scientists to do the test over again, give the result that they wanted, and they got to push their product to market. And now we have atrazine in all the runoff everywhere. The plants are absorbing it. So if you got anything growing in the ground, it's soaking up atrazine. If you water your garden with reclaimed water from the hose, it's soaking up atrazine. If you're fishing out of lakes and shit and you're eating the fish, you're eating up atrazine. It's really bad, and that atrazine is affecting humans as well. It's not affecting humans as dramatically, like men's, their penises aren't falling off and turning into vaginas, but they're taking on a lot of female traits. Their testosterone production is going down. Their estrogen levels are rising. And what's even worse is that these effects of the atrazine pass on to the next generation. So when you get your wife pregnant, the baby gets affected by it. So now you have this whole new generation of men being born with homosexual tendencies. Also, in addition to the atrazine, you got BPA in the plastic bottles and in all the plastic water bottles, plastic food containers, plastic utensils. They all have BPA, which is bisphenol A, and it's a preservative chemical they use in the plastics to keep the plastic from dry rotting, and it makes it stay elastic over a long period of time. That's why, if you ever picked up trash and shit, old water bottles that's been out in the field for a long time, they still have that flexibility. That's that BPA. And when you drink a lot of bottled water and shit, you take a lot of that in. And when women drink a lot of it, it stays in their bodies. It passes on to the baby. When men drink a lot of it, it gets deposited in their testicles and it passes on to the baby. And Tyrone Hayes is actually, I believe he's still in litigation about that. And they're trying to sue him to shut him up because now he's going public and he's talking about it.
Wait, so you mean to tell me this nigga's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still alive.
See, that's the only part that amazes me. I'm actually surprised they ain't got his ass, but go ahead.
Well, the reason why they haven't been able to kill him is because, you stay out in the sunlight, the devils can't get you, right? You got to be in the dark for them to get you. So he's been going public and he's been talking about it a lot. So if he turns up,
not
necessarily.
That's not true. Let me make a point. The thing about it is, if they kill him, they gonna make his message be amplified. Guess
That's
what?
the point.
Streisand effect. Wait a minute. Don't nobody know who Tyrone Haynes is but a few people, but let him die and watch how big this man blow up and people start researching his research. They don't want that.
That's why he's still alive, because he's a nobody as long as he's alive.
Oh, with Dr. Sabian, and ain't nobody paying, ain't nobody following that no more. There's a lot of people who ain't know who Sabian was. Then when he died, everybody was screaming Sabian. Now look, they bad to eat pork chop sandwiches.
No. I say this. Hold on, wait. Dr. Sebi, that ain't true really, because Dr. Sebi Dr. Sebi had became an international phenomenon. Contrary to popular beliefs, you could say his name in any continent and it'll be at least a group of people there who heard of him. He was a worldwide known healer. He was internationally known. We got to remember, he healed presidents, celebrities. He was becoming big, y'all. He was only going to get bigger,
And Bro Sanchez, just to add to your point, I was going to say that he was famous all over the world. That's why he stopped operating in New York and he left and went to Central America because of the court case. And here in America, they filter a lot of the information that we get from overseas. So That's true. Because people here in America didn't know about Sabi doesn't mean that he wasn't making an impact worldwide. You know what I mean?
Yo, but that's my point,
like
though.
Sanchez brought up before, they not going to let nobody beat them clean, period.
Right.
He didn't beat him because ain't nobody raising hell about atrazine.
Oh, no, I was talking about Dr. Sabi. As in,
yeah.
Like you said, when his situation, it's like, of course they're going to do whatever because they'll do anything to not let you win, even if it make it look like you did.
That's true. See, now this man's supposed to been, his experiment supposed to got him famous, supposed to got him an award, but you saw what it got him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the same company that hired him turned on him. And he said the day he went to court, one of the executives actually whispered in his ear and said something about his wife and his kids, which he took as a threat. So shit got serious, man. Shit got real serious.
The reason I like to talk about it from this scientific perspective, because what you see on the screen, brothers and sisters, is a male frog reproducing. And what you're going to see in the future with humans, you're going to see male humans reproducing. See, this is all spiritual because atrazine would be a chemicalized form of technology that the frog would need to make that transformation. On a human level, we don't need that. They don't use atrazine to change the organ like they do with the frog. They use that to induce the behavior that made the frog unnatural in the first place. They suggested it, you know what I'm saying? So the thing is, once they create that scenario, you're gonna want to get the transformation done surgically or whatever, the men get that is happening right now, people being transformed. But see, on a micro level with these frogs, the frogs doing the same thing we doing, but they ain't in the surgery room and nothing like that. They're agreeing. See, the thing is, when the chemical is
when the frog is influenced with the chemical, they use it to turn the organ into something else because now their sex behavior has changed. So since the frog sex behavior changes because of this unnatural chemical, the frog act accordingly by changing its body to suit its new sex behavior, and then the male frogs now get wounds.
All right, now for the flip side to that, the frogs and the fish already have an ability to change sex. If you was to take a group of all male, you know what I'm saying, frogs or fish, and you was to keep them together, at least one of them would change sex in order for them to survive. And the same things happen in fish and stuff like that. And I that's the part that I found that I was surprised that they didn't want to bring that up, that these animals already have that ability to do that.
Well, the thing about that, the thing about that is a frog wouldn't naturally do that if it wasn't in a situation he described. If you put it in that situation under stress, it'll do that. So what the atrazine do, it overpasses that stressful situation. So that would be a natural transformation that the frog would do as a defense to preserve itself. But it won't naturally do that if it's a female around. So what they do with what they do with the atrazine, it's not a stressful situation. It triggers it. It triggers it. They bring an unnatural situation to make it happen, whereas nature put it there as a preservation defense. And also it accelerates it because the amount of males that would make that transformation in a natural situation, it would be about maybe less than 10%. But in the atrazine experiment, it was upwards of 90%. You know what I'm saying? So they were just humping all over each other.
They can make a fucked up family guy joke from that. As in, like, you know, a whole bunch of guys sitting there, but like, I think we got too many. It's a sausage fest. We got too many male friends around here. We're gonna need some of y'all to start turning into chicks.
And what's crazy is that Alex Jones was the one that made that did the most famous report about that, and made, you know, put Tyrone Haynes on the map. And the mainstream media, that was one of their biggest talking points, to try to demonize him. And every time he was sending his reporters out, people were like, "Oh, you're the gay frogs man. You're the gay frogs man." You know, but the shit is true. But this is how they demonize it, and they cover it up and they hide it. So they even got the media working for them. So just because you hear somebody on TV saying the shit is crazy doesn't mean it's not worth looking into.
TV's a weapon.
Absolutely.
I just hate the bandwagon ass niggas that don't want to jump on the plane or jump on the damn boat until till it's time to sail the fuck off when everything is obvious. It's like, don't tell me 9/11 is fake 10, 15 years after it happened.
God,
we were saying this shit the first fucking, you know what I'm saying?
You know what, man, get out of my head, man, because this is the same, you know, that's why I ain't saying that, because it's bullshit. I mean, listen, this is what they did with the whole Detroit thing with the water. They been knew that was going on. They wait till years and years and years and later to say, oh, guess what? We got chemicals in the water. You know, it's all bullshit.
Right.
Man.
And then the fucked up part about it is, you know, if that's what they telling you, whatever they ain't telling you is really what they trying to distract you.
Exactly.
Yeah, because, you know, it's crazy that you said that, Zone. It's crazy that you said that, Zone, because I didn't even think about that. But yeah, every year, every city in the United States got to test their water. So when they were testing the water, they knew that shit was there, and they knew about all the cases of children getting sick and having rashes. So yeah, they knew that shit was going on, and then when it was to serve their purpose, then they decided to make it public.
Right, and then what makes it even worse, they sit there when we travel outside the country and go to these foreign places, they try to tell us, "Oh, don't drink the water there and all of this. You can get this and that. You can get malaria. You can get typhoid." Now, I be thinking to myself, this is true to a degree, right? Especially because, you know, it's foreign bacteria and so on and so forth to your, you know, system. But at the same time, we need to be warning these motherfuckers, if you come over here, don't just drink this water either. You stick the bottle too, because if you don't, your ass gonna get lead poisoning, fucking.
I just think it's real messed up, man. I think it's real fucked. That's why I don't pay attention to the new news that come out about this stuff, because I think it's fucked up that they tell us, oh man, guess what? It's chemicals and such that's making you guys gay. So you mean to tell us that we've been eating gay pork chops for all these years and y'all just now want to tell us? No, it's just bullshit to me, man. I don't get into
it. Ain't even that they telling us, bro. We finding this shit out.
Well,
we finding out.
The thing is, what we see in the world is something what people call the rise of homosexuality. And what you can do with Tyrone Haynes is sync this rise to the origination of this chemical. Now, I ain't saying that everybody that's homosexual is homosexual because atrazine. Some people just prefer to be. But what I'm saying is the rise of it, and kids who don't even know nothing about sex, who should be thinking about toys and shit, you know, it's like they doing something with the chemical side too. I just know the enemy that evil. I don't put it past him. If he got chemicals to make the world the way he want it to be, I think he do want it to be homosexual. And I think he will be researching different chemicals that he probably can do on the public to fuck with whatever, you know. I think they will.
And I say facts to that. And like I always say, for gay people, it's not that gay in itself as a thing that exists isn't natural. But for it to be at this high a proliferation or the majority instead of a minute minority, that's a not natural occurrence. Gay exists in nature on a small level, but not in an encompassing level, or else it wouldn't reproduce. But that's why when we say if God got to be the devil and God, then God also got to be gay and straight. So for people to try to cut gay people out the equation like they ain't a part of God is to ignore a whole piece of the Most High. Just saying. Not that I'm, like I said, I got a whole family. I don't support gay, but I'm just saying, as far as what it is.
Well, I feel you on that, bro. But my whole thing is, it's been happening naturally for thousands of years. I say leave it that way. Why accelerate it? Why market it? Why promote it?
Facts.
Just leave it how
that's what I'm saying.
Let me ask y'all this.
That's where my objection comes in.
Let me ask y'all this. Now, we talking about all the chemicals and stuff, but if you think about it, we've been seeing gay shit in cartoons and all that. Subconsciously, we've been taking all this shit. You don't think that has an effect on what's going on too?
They attack you, mind, body, and spirit.
Yeah, it's a combination. It's a combination. They feed it to you in the entertainment, and then they feed it to you in the food and the water, and then they feed it to you through, everything else.
So they give you the idea first, and then they use a chemical to bring out, like to make you manifest that from your subconscious.
I don't even think the order matters, bro. Just as long as you get hit with all three at some point in time.
Yeah, the idea of homosexuality didn't start off as sexual perversion. The seed of homosexuality started off as a spiritual perversion first, where we took symbols that united the man and woman, and the man wanted to personify himself with the symbols of the woman. So like for example, right, on a spiritual level, you'll look at a symbol like the yin yang. You would say part of it is male, part of it is female. And when they turned it into the personification called a Baphomet, it became a she-male. Like they turned symbols that was to bring both of the different sexes together, but when they personified the both of the sexes in one deity, that's how you get all of these she-male gods in the past. It's like a yin-yang personified, the she and the male on one body. So people be like, the Baphomet got breasts and a penis. Well, it's representing the yin-yang in one body. But it's like they use that as a spiritual suggestion over time to usher in this she-male concept and the perversion of the different sexes by blending them into one body, and you can't tell them apart. The thing about the yin-yang is two different bodies coming together to make one. That's what we do when a man have sex with a woman. He enters her and they become one. And when you put that into a personified spiritual symbol, it can become a corruption like the Baphomet, where the man is put into the woman in one creature, now is she-male, when really the ancestors meant the man going into the woman and then becoming one that way. So it's like spiritual corruption first, just like today we got animal porn. We got to talk about that, man. Like, along with homosexuality and pedophilia, we gotta talk about people that have sex with chickens, cows, all kind of crazy shit. And then we gotta go back and look at the spiritual perversion of that. And I showed you that in the ancient Egyptian mythologies, how they was having sex with animals and stuff. This stuff start to manifest in reality as sexual perversions. But I'm just showing you how deep it goes.
You think that's what part of the shift could be? Like all the spiritual shit that they were doing to us before is going to start manifesting physically? Because that's really one of the major changes that I've been seeing.
My bad. Say that again.
No, I was saying, do you believe that part of the shift that's going to happen is these spiritual perversions that they've been practicing spiritually are going to manifest physically now? Because I've actually been seeing it happen just like we all have. So do you think this what's occurring now is part of the shift? Like maybe the negative side of the balance?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like all of the sexual perversions in the spiritual myths where people like, for example, you had Osiris made with a bird. It's people online that's got animal porn and they having sex with chickens, cows, and all of this stuff in reality. So what I was saying is, yeah, it is happening. It is happening right now in our time. Just like it was happening. It had to be happening in ancient time, because how are you perceiving this in your spiritual mythology if it ain't a possibility in your reality? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So, for example, now we in the Western world, homosexuality is prevalent here. And what kind of gods do we have? Do the God of the Bible got a woman? No, he got...
Nope.
See, he got a male companion. And see, this is what we're saying, the spiritual side of the programming, too.
Yay!
And then all the people that are in power that we've been looking up to all these years and seen on TV, 90% of them are all, they're all gay too. So they're speaking to us. And bro said,
hey man, my thing is,
I was gonna say real quick, I saw your video about Charlemagne the God when he had the Drake and the Meek Mill doll. Drake had Meek Mill bent over or whatever, and he had the two figures standing there, and you were talking about how he's just putting it there to subliminally have it enter our eyes to kind of like force feed it to our spirits on a spiritual level. And that's, I've been seeing a lot of that on TV and in the mainstream. And I feel like that's what a lot of these, these gay couples do when they walk around and they hold hands and be making out and shit all the time.
Bro, let me tell you something real quick. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm going to tell you what I hate. And when I say this, every man on a panel going to unmute their mic and be like, me too, dog. Dude, don't you hate when you want to sit up there with your girlfriend and you watch your goddamn Adam Sandler comedy, Jim Carrey, and it open up with the white boy ass showing every time? I'm talking about people doing experiment. Go to Netflix. Go to any comedy show with the white boys. And, I ain't targeting this making a race thing. I found this true.
You ain't lying.
They always think it's funny, like with the naked ass on,
They think that shit funny.
That's a fact. I've seen it a lot of times with, like you said, they movies.
It is crazy. It is crazy because they pass it off like they doing it for the women, but women don't want to see no ass.
But see, here go the flip side to it. How they sneak it by you is it's on a comedy movie. But guess what? The men don't be laughing. We don't find cause your ass out funny. I never laugh.
Or just like when they do the gay shit, like have Will Smith acting all feminine in Aladdin. I didn't think that shit was funny. I'm sitting there with my little nigga like, y'all just upset me.
Well, Will Smith first movie he played as a gay man. You know that?
Yeah. What's the name? Degrees of Separation or whatever that was. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That nigga used to that.
We can go down the list of niggas who done did that, and I'd say one of the funniest is Kevin Hart, because Kevin Hart actually said he wasn't and then did it. I was crying.
How about that Adam Sandler movie? Now pronounced You Chuck and Larry. The whole movie is about two seeming supposedly straight dudes pretending to be gay to get government benefits or benefits from their job.
I'm crying. I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh
The
yeah,
whole
then they got
movie,
that
bro.
big masculine ass nigga to play gay, the one who played baby Jody stepdad and baby boy. They got his big ass. That shit was crazy.
Yeah.
How about Bert and Ernie's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You said who?
Bert and Ernie. And Big Bird too.
I'm rolling. Yeah, right. You right as hell.
Barney, all that shit. You want to? We could go way back.
Yeah,
with it.
SpongeBob. We can go down the line. And I used to always say, G, yeah, SpongeBob, you funny as hell, but I know you gay, bro.
You know what's funny, man? I got to say this. I know y'all niggas ain't gonna like it, but I gotta say it. Ain't it?
He never tried to get sandy cheeks.
No, this shit funny right here. Hold up, this shit funny. Don't you find it strange that we done saw almost every nigga ass in Hollywood? That's by design.
That's why they say, I show my ass like that.
These niggas say we saw every nigga ass in Hollywood.
My
That's
nigga, over 60% of male actors in Hollywood got a naked ass shot somewhere. Ain't that shit? Come on, the joke gotta be played out to 2-3 people do it.
That's fucked up.
We've been paying them to sell us some bullshit.
But you know, when you consciously start to point it out, that's when you realize it. Like when you just watching it, you know what I'm saying? You at that time, you probably just watching it as a movie or whatever. But now that you point it out, it's like, damn, that is fucked up though.
Really fucked up.
That is some crazy shit. Wow.
All right, let's change the subject, yo. Let's talk about something else, man.
I think
Somebody in the comments was
good idea.
Somebody in the comments was asking about solutions, so maybe they want to hear us talk about some solutions to all this. I say family, man. Family. That's the answer.
Solutions on what? Not turning what? There ain't no solution. I mean, how you make a solution for that?
Insulate yourself, man, or you try to.
That right there gonna come from that only solution gonna be from you and yours, like just teaching your children.
Right. That's why I say family, bro. Family. It starts in the home. You gotta make your kids. Man. You gotta make your kids aware of that shit so they know not to fall victim to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for a kid, it's a solution. Yeah.
I mean, that's all we got left, bro. That's all we got left. I mean, how many older folks you know that are completely lost?
Nah, but you got grown ass men who just now turning gay. So I guess he was
who just now turning. Like nigga,
nah, for real.
You just now started.
If you don't start off in grammar school, it's too late.
I just thought about it, yo. I just thought about it. Copperface King, you right. I'm looking at the chat, and porn is made in Hollywood. All the films come from there, man. It's crazy. That is the birth. That's it, right there in Hollywood, man. No. And, everybody in the chat room saying, "Yeah, man, change the subject to the solution." So I'm gonna go and do it for them. So yeah, I mean that's it, man. Like, you know, your children. Teach your children the right way, man.
Sanchez, you know what's sick? I'm gonna tell you what's even sick now. They even got HIV commercials now with gay partners in the commercials. They even got the commercials with that shit now.
Well, that ain't nothing new because they marketed the HIV shit around the gay man, and we knew that was a lie. Now that was one time in history where they actually lied on gay people. This was to cover up the fact that this was a new disease they created. They wanted to make it like the God of the Bible created AIDS to punish gay people. And guess what? Most of the world still believe that. They don't think that it's man-made for real. They think it's a disease created for gay people, especially old folks. So right there, everything got an agenda. And on the gay topic as well, before we move on, since y'all keep bringing it up, we gotta remember what just happened with the great teacher, revolutionary Malcolm X, and we want to make sure that we, honor him and everything, because I know everybody saw the article I put. We ain't gonna give it too much light, but it didn't blow up that big. But it was a couple of folks that was doing videos on it where they was saying Malcolm X was bisexual. So to the people that didn't know about that, that's something you can research as well. So as far as
flag those videos.
Wait. You said Malcolm X was bisexual?
Well, this is an article just came up now. Now the family of Malcolm is speaking out against it, so I was riding with them, and I made my video talking about it.
I say flag them. If it's false content, then they deserve to be flagged.
On God.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Put it like this. I don't put nothing past nobody. But
here go the thing when I got to come and put my cape on with Malcolm here now. Because we talking about somebody who was brave enough to go against a brotherhood. He wasn't then bitch about Malcolm. And also what we gotta realize is the man family is even saying that's bullshit. So why didn't this come up when he was alive? What the article is saying is that if Malcolm was alive, he would be an advocate for the LGBT community. He would be working for the LGBT community. And I argue against that. I think he'll be speaking out for brothers, for freedom and liberation, and raising his family as a man in his family.
Yeah. To me, that goes against the Islam that he practiced, because he practiced real Islam, not the nation.
They were scared of Malcolm just like they were scared of Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Like they had fear. They had fear in the actual standing upright man who turned his life around from being a criminal to straight up natural person. Like that's just the shit that America does, man. They always try to do that shit, and yeah, they've been pushing this gay agenda shit. Like how is it that they make June the Pride Month and shit when it's Black Pride Month in June? Like, you know what I'm saying? Juneteenth is we got Juneteenth, but now is Pride Month and shit. And here in Philadelphia, we have big celebrations on our culture and shit like that, and they try to impede and try to infuse the gay shit on the same day that we had the African celebrations and shit here. So it's just like they've been pushing this shit on us, mind, body, and spirit for years.
Hey MZ, let me say something real quick. They also did that with Biggie. They got a whole documentary on was Biggie Smalls gay. And
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, man, they doing that.
They trying to say the same shit about fucking Tupac too, man.
But look, hey, they check this out, right? They even say the same shit about Nikola Tesla. They said that's why he didn't have a woman.
I ain't going to work. I'll be right back.
You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, why are they saying it after these people die though?
True.
Right, and why are they saying it in a time where gay is the most accepted?
Because they trying to write off the fame of the names, and at the same time they can do that. They feel like they can do that because those people aren't alive to defend themselves. So
they're trying to write it out with history again, pretty much.
Yeah. And not to mention simultaneously dragging them through the mud. You know what I mean? Because that's not a good look.
Now this goes along with this transgender agenda. All of this goes along with it. Everybody, if they're not a transgender, then they're gay. You know what I'm saying? The rest of the people up there.
It's just how sad they try to. It's like they'd do something like, oh yeah, you know, Dr. King had hella bitches. So they ain't got nothing to do with the movement he was going towards. And like we said, if y'all didn't make this as big of a thing at the time,
Fuck are you still coming up about it for? That nigga dead and gone. That's just like them trying to bring back this Neverland documentary with Michael Jackson and shit. That man can't go to jail for it. He ain't allowed to testify and defend himself. So what you doing is pointless because the shit that you're doing, you really ain't gonna get no real justice out of it anyway. And if you want to be completely honest, justice would be the motherfuckers who lying getting what they deserve. But that's neither here nor there. You gotta remember, when a motherfucker walk away owning half of a company like Sony, then calling the leader of it the devil, they not gonna play that shit nice.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something else that's kind of off subject, but hey, they wanted us to change the subject anyway. I'm gonna change it to pedophilia. I hope that don't hurt your stomach. But speaking about celebrities and tainting their image and shit, I'm finna start a big argument now. I don't think Michael Jackson was a pedophile at all.
Me neither.
I always grew up like, yo, man, they've been just trying to fuck Mike over ever since, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like they just been trying him like ever since the fuck, because man, that's just fucked up. You took the words out of my mouth with that one.
They alibi so bad just because they try to play on the fact that he didn't have a childhood. I don't give a fuck. It's many niggas that don't have a childhood and they turn into men early. They don't go and molest kids because of it and all that kind of shit.
But guess what, though? It's psychologists actually study, Mike. I don't agree with all these psychologists. They spot on. Think about it. Michael Jackson spent his whole childhood as a businessman. He had to be on tour every day. He saw other kids having fun on tours, having a childhood. When he grew up, all the fuck he wanted was to be a child again. Real talk. I can see how that happened.
Hey, if you look at one of his early, go ahead.
And I was gonna say, I think the phenomenon with Michael Jackson was actually that fun-loving guy that just loved to be around children, and he was just that innocently. But that character that he was is the exact character that most pedophiles play. You see what I'm saying? Like, where would you find pedophiles? At the park, hanging out with kids or working in a school with kids. You feel what I'm saying? And they always pretend. And they always pretend to be, this nice, fun-loving guy that that helps the kids and shit. And then it comes out later that he's a pedophile. So because Michael Jackson really genuinely was this person, which goes back to your point, Bro Sanchez, he just wanted to be a kid. They played on that fact, and they try to use it against him. You know what I'm saying? And in a lot of ways, it worked because there's a lot of people that believe that he did it. But I don't think
But then, though, when you forget that this is Hollywood, let's not forget about the Hollywood part.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We can't trust anything in there. Michael Jackson might be a female. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Also, you got to think of it like this, though. When you look at all the other people who they got in news and on trial for being a pedophile, especially Rich, they all fit a different energy and demographic than he do. It's like, he don't match the pattern exactly of those people on a high level involved in these pedophile rings. Because if Mike at the level he was at was really on some pedophile shit, he'd be running rings. And then they would have said, now you got child rings, just like they're trying to say R. Kelly got so many women and victims and he had a cult. You see what I'm saying? That's a bit real, though.
Hey, you know when I say real, I don't think like a lot of people really get what I mean. It's like it's so real. It's like let's say, I'm gonna give you an example. If I take two 19 or 18-year-old girls and have them living with me, you know what I'm saying, and I'm having sex with them, I'm not gonna make the newspaper. You know what I'm saying? All of the things that are being done, if it be done between you and I, it wouldn't even make the newspaper. It has to be done from these people in Hollywood because that's what's getting everybody's attention, and that's what's going to make everybody watch. You know what I'm saying? And they're making these people just go up and down and making them. This is all bullshit. Everything that's coming through this TV is nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And once you really pay attention to it and you really start to pull it apart, you'll see it's all seems to have some type of Masonic code and it's all bullshit just to give us entertainment.
And another thing about
Michael, this is my entertainment right here. I don't even watch it. I rock with y'all.
Another piece of exonerating evidence I would say that works in Michael Jackson's favor is the fact that a lot of the pedophilia and perversion that goes on in Hollywood happens at those parties. Michael Jackson did not go to those parties. He was at home.
Hey, who was it that came out and said Michael Jackson was protecting them children from a pedophile ring in Hollywood? Somebody in the chat said it was a famous celebrity came out who spoke out. He came out on a pedophile. What was that boy name? He's recently.
Was it Webster?
Damn, they was just.
No. Was it Macaulay Culkin?
Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman. Yep.
Okay. Because I know Macaulay Culkin also came out for him like, yeah, y'all niggas capping. He ain't never been with that. He was blown, and I could see it in his energy, in his face. He was in his tone.
Hey, he talking big shit on Twitter. He's saying people eating babies and shit. That he talking big shit on Twitter. Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
Hey, that's why I never denied that too. You know what I'm saying? They took like all of them ancient mythological stories. We do that shit literally today. They had the gods eating the babies, and now they doing this shit.
Hey,
this is what I was gonna say. Though.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he's so on point with the fact that they introduced something in the spirituality before it manifests in physicality. That's something, people really need to make the connection on that. Because like he said, or like we've all said, everything starts from thought. And, that thought in the man or whatever is what brings that thought into a reality. That's the origin of creation.
I mean, let me ask y'all a question. If the average Joe had that much interest in kids the way Michael Jackson did, you'll think he a pedophile too. I mean, I don't see how it's far-fetched.
Well, let me ask you something. Do a male kindergarten teacher fit the description as Michael Jackson?
I mean, if a male kindergarten teacher got the kid sleeping in his bed, then yeah.
Well, I can see how that would be kind of, that would be one of the, because I wouldn't let my children sleep with Mike.
You know
what I'm saying? Hell no. That's one thing I will say that was a work against Mike, but I'm going to tell you something right now. A lot of crazy shit, man, how people interact that we might not agree with just to argue in his defense, but I don't think that these parents were willfully letting their children sleep in the bed with Mike. Now, a lot of people say on the low they was prostituting their children, hoping Mike touch them so they can get the money. But that'll be, that's devilish too. This is all crazy shit. But now that is one of those arguments that don't work good for Mike. The fact that they did sleep in the bed together. What you think about that, Citizen Man and everybody else?
I mean, like I said, that's one of those things I always didn't necessarily agree with either. It's like I don't agree with it though. And like I said, if I'm playing devil's advocate from his point of view, it's like, well, this nigga probably got a bed that's big as some nigga's kitchen. But nonetheless, or whatever, I don't really give a fuck. You rich as fuck to the point where if you got all these kids coming over, you should have a room full of beds like fucking Madeline.
But then again, I just thought about it. Michael even let the damn monkeys sleep with him, though.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what that was going back to my point that I was making about him just being a big ass kid himself, and then them playing off that fact to demonize him and using it against him, because we have to agree that 90% of the cases where a grown man would let children sleep in his bed, he's a fucking pedophile. But Michael Jackson probably was just that one case that he was just a rich, crazy guy that just.
So let me just say this. So when you a rich, crazy guy, right? When you a grown man, you rich, and the only thing you want to do is relive your childhood. That's a fantasy. So that's sick. I don't see how that's
far-fetched. You can't really say.
From our perspective, it is abnormal. But I had a child, so there's no way I could put myself in Mike's shoes.
See, that's what I'm saying. You can't even really use the term relive his childhood because he ain't never lived it.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so let me say this.
Look, wait before you say that, because another thing you gotta add to this is that, because damn it, y'all, all of this shit making me lose my motherfucking thought. something I wanted to say about Mike's childhood experience. Go ahead, it'll come back to me. Fuck.
Here. I want you to think about it like this. Check this out. It's not one world, one hood is having a sleepover, and I want y'all to bring y'all kids over there, you know what I'm saying, to sleep with me. You see, that don't make no damn sense whatsoever. Hold on. Here's the other side to that.
It ain't like that, though. You know it ain't.
No, hold on. Here's the other side to that.
The man house was called Never Ever Land, no, brother.
No, but hold on. Now, if I got my kids and my kids is having a sleepover at Never Never Land, it's a different story than a grown man is having a sleepover and I want y'all to bring y'all kids. See, that's the part where it don't make no sense in the world. Because there's no way that Bro Sanchez is going to tell me if he don't got no kids that he's having a sleepover for the kids. I wouldn't be sending them. That just wouldn't sound right. So that's why I says that this don't make any sense, the stuff that's happening on TV. They're just making up stuff to give everybody something to talk about. Because there's nobody in reality that would send their children to a grown man's house who don't have no kids for a sleepover. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to remember too, man. You got to remember too, in a lot of these cases, the parents like worship Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? They thought the man was God. Also, these people weren't just regular people like me and you. These people in these rich, ritzy areas where they got like 3-4 acres to themselves, they're weird like that. They do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. So even though it's something foreign to us, it's not that foreign to them to do it. You feel me?
I just remembered. Now you got to think about it. First of all, the kind of parents that'll let their children sleep over at Michael Jackson house are the same kind of parents that'll let their children go out to the woods with the Boy Scouts for a week. His motherfucking, yeah, right, that's facts. Think about it. You'll let your children go on a camping trip with the Eagle Scouts for a week. You'll let them go on a trip with the church for a week. And a lot of parents will let them sleep over at Never Ever Land for a week because it's catered to children. And in a lot of those cases, the parents slept in another room too. But what I was about to say about Michael's childhood is that behavior is very, very natural when you start looking into psychology. And that's why the rappers get a pass. See, the rappers say, we couldn't experience riches all our life, so when we get money, we gonna buy everything. That's how the rappers think. They said, listen, I couldn't get this shit when I was in the hood, so now that I got it, I'm gonna blow money every day. Michael Jackson's psychology is different. He had money as a child, but he didn't have a childhood. So when he was able to get time for that, that was his way of going back and indulging into something that he lacked as a child. So it's the same, it's the same psychology.
So if that's normal, if you say that's normal, then you can't. If you're gonna make an excuse for Michael Jackson, then what R. Kelly did was normal too.
I'm not making no excuse for him. I'm showing you. Listen, I'm not making no excuse. Psychology ain't an excuse. It's a viable explanation for human behavior. Now let me show you something. Right? I know some women. If you go in their house and look at their bed, they got Pokemon dolls and Barbie dolls and all that shit, and they fucking in their late 40s. And they won't part with it either. And if you ask them about their life, guess what? They didn't have a daddy to buy them Barbies and shit coming up. You know, and they reliving a second childhood. Nas made a song. Brother, you cut me off now. You cut me off and I'm trying to give you the song. Nas made a song. Nas made a song called Second Childhood. That's a real goddamn psychology, man.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
I agree with that.
So you saying all the decisions, because you still have to take in consideration we do still have choices, and depending on that choice you make shows a conscious decision that you made, and it shows a certain level of intelligence that you have, right? So if all those choices Michael Jackson decided to make, if he made those choices consciously, then he knows what he's doing. So I don't understand, what are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. One thing, let me explain this. I'm explaining it from 2 points. First point being back to,
the Boy Scout reference in the camp, or just how you get those type of parents. Like I remember, if you want to take it to even a lower level, I'm not rich or nothing. Never been. I'm lower middle class. In that gap. You know what I'm saying? Or just poor as fuck, however you want to put it. But anyways, neither here nor there.
If you're right, you're poor as fuck.
Right, you know what I'm saying? But nah, it's like at high school, I remember when we went from 7th grade and 8th grade to high school, they had this thing where, like they had like a program for going into freshman year where if you wanted to come out of high school lock-in or have a sleepover at the high school with the class that you come with, the school and all the students that, parents sign those permission slips. It's like that on another level. But then when you throw in the fact in the pot that Michael Jackson made a conscious thought based on where his conscience is, and his conscience is at a grown man ain't what a normal grown man's is because of something that he didn't experience, just like niggas who grew up without a father, or niggas, it's all kind of different, basically, recipes.
Bro, I can find a documentary right now where Michael Jackson himself said he had fun in his childhood. So I'm not understanding what y'all even talking about.
It's like
Michael
it's
didn't have a childhood. Michael, what he was referring.
He said it, not me.
Hold on, brother. What Michael was referring to as his childhood was what he was doing as a child. I would have had fun going on tour too. Michael was a little boy with grown women hitting at him and shit. That man rolled around in fucking luxury. Yeah, that was fun, but it still robbed him of something that he didn't realize until he became a teenager and got older, that, my psychology fucked up because I didn't have a childhood.
Okay, so if you think about all the indoctrination we went through as kids, did we really have a childhood?
Okay, hold
you had more of a childhood than Michael.
Right, right. But one thing I feel like we also on a big level ain't throwing into this equation that we cannot forget about is the molestation he went through or whatever in the industry or whatever early on as a child and teen and adult. Like that nigga, you know what I'm saying? It's known throughout Hollywood that through different handlers of Mike, it's been some shit. Whether it's, you know what I'm saying? Because his daddy was kind of pimping him out to the industry if you really want to be real with it. Because ain't no reason the rest of these niggas is fucking hoes and whatever, even though motherfuckers was saying some of them was getting popped. Neither you know that. But
he was real cool with Quincy Jones.
Fucking hoes, but then you got the young breakout star with all these men and shit like that. These grown men.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with the killer right here. This gonna kill all that. Why Tito not like that? Why why his brothers not like that? Why Janet Jackson not like that?
I'm gonna tell you why right now. I want to tell you why right now in a simple words. Out of all them, hold up, I'm getting echo from somebody.
My bad.
Hold on. Out of all them you just named, the most pressure was on Michael and his younger brother. See, here go the thing. When Tito and them was in the band and Joe Jackson was beating their ass to get the notes right, they didn't care because Tito and them kind of wanted to be stars. At their age, they wanted the girls. They wanted that shit. Mike and them was little as fuck, dude. They didn't really want to be at band practice every day and going through it was different. Tito and them was a little older. Mike and them, they see, the thing about Tito and them is that their maturity had them on a level where they kind of wanted the shit. As a kid, Mike didn't give a fuck. Kids just want toys. They want to, for example, when they went to the hotels, Mike and the young ones and Janet will go run and play in a damn pool and do kid shit. Tito and them will be looking around for girls, man, that bring in their room.
Right. And what I'm saying on that is that just be like me as a youngin', if my daddy, because it's for me and my brothers, that just be like, and I'm the youngest, that'd be like the rest of my brothers, and we both all 3 years apart. It's like that'd be like at the age when I was like 8, 9, or 10, 12 motherfuckers talking about, okay, I'm getting them all this money and fame or whatever. What am I thinking about? I'm not like my brothers thinking about, I'm trying to get these hoes, maybe smoke some weed and, fuck with some bitches. I'm thinking, shit, I want that new Super Soaker that just came out, and I want Def Jam Fight for New York.
You see what I'm saying? I'm not really in the mindset of I'm ready to just be out here hunting for ass.
Well, how about the most important part? I want some other kids my age around me so I can play with instead of being around adults my whole life.
And see,
I don't
hold on,
think
and
Mike.
see, that's
Hold up, Mike.
okay. Go ahead.
Mike wasn't all right. So you know,
the children
I
wasn't
got
their
a son.
demographic.
I got a son. So my son, he's the only. I got only one son, my only one child. And you know, one thing that I had to realize is that you know I had to have him around some other children, some other boys. You know what I'm saying? Balance him out with the little girls and shit so he can be acclimated as a child. Mike wasn't acclimated as a child. It's just like what Brother Sanchez just
that's
said.
right, bro.
He was going. I mean, like in the industry, he had to go rehearse, he had to go record, and then he had to go on tour. And then at the end of the day, like you mean, besides you know being tutored for school and shit like that, I ain't got nothing else left. I gotta go to we gotta go to sleep. We gotta go on tour. We gotta do X, Y, Z. Tito and all them running around doing they thing, fucking bitches and smoking weed and getting high. I've been doing the same shit if I was a teenager, but he kind of got like robbed of what it would be like normally for a normal child because Mike wasn't in no normal motherfucking setting. He was he was in a setting where like you know he was in the industry at a very young fucking age. So it's just like he didn't even have a chance to sprout. If you take a plant and I'm saying you stunt the growth of a fucking plant, what do you think the results of the plant's gonna come out? It's not gonna come out like the rest of the motherfucking plants. It's gonna come out stunted and shit, man. It's gonna come out fucked up.
And the most important part is
let me say this real
brothers.
quick. One thing I'm gonna interject and you got it, bro. The fact that Michael Jackson as a child, like you said, we gotta remember, he wasn't able to have no other children around him. They was shielded from any other children. All they had was their family. So that's like living in a damn room by yourself for real.
Yeah.
Like you a star ever since a child, so you can't be around other children and shit like that for real.
And they was Jehovah's Witnesses. And it was Jehovah's Witnesses. So he ain't have no holidays and no shit like that. Like he ain't had a traditional American shit. His parents was Jehovah's Witnesses, which is even more fucked up. Like,
let me just say this real quick. And also because the brothers were older when they got into the music business, they actually had years prior where they got to have a normal childhood and have friends and go to school and all that. And then they got the fame. Mike just jumped right into it. So he never got any of that.
Yeah.
Right.
That's like my son right now, man. My son dances. He knows how to rap. He knows how to dance his ass off. He can break dance. He does everything. I want to put my son in performance art school, and I want him to, you know, I would love for my son to, you know, go out there and become an industry. But fuck no, I'm not going to subjugate that shit to him right now. Right now, he's being a child. He's growing up. He's going through his experiences and shit. Let him have his experiences and shit. Don't put him in that artificial shit like they did all these other childhood stars. Macaulay Culkin is another example of that, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? A young boy that, like, you know what I'm saying? His whole shit childhood got stunted. Like, the fuck? That fucks you. That psychologically fucks it. Yeah, the greedy ass father, man, always wanted to push Michael.
With their demographic. It's like, like I keep trying to tell people, G, when you talk about what makes it different, that group, the Jackson 5, wasn't selling to a children demographic. They were selling to women, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Into girls, nigga, that was of age, because the brothers was of age and sex sales, nigga. Sex been sold. So at the end of the day, they were some models at the time. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas was getting ass. They'll tell you can watch the interview. So it ain't like this was just aimed at kids or something like that. Listen to the songs that Michael Jackson is singing as a goddamn 7 and 8 year old. He talking as a grown man to be talking to these chicks, talking about baby and yes I do now and I love you, all that shit. It's like, that's not how children talk to women. You feel what I'm? Children don't talk to women. So it's just like
I don't think he had a chance to experience the things that the general population of people had a chance to experience and shit like that, man, growing up and Sean. So it's just like, you know what I mean, like he got his whole youth got stunted, man. They stunted him. His pops, Joe Jackson, stunted him out of his whole childhood, man, for so he could reach the famous stardom. And so it's just like, you know, it's just like I was just explaining this to my homie the other day and shit, man. He you know, he always talking about somehow he was locked up for 9 years, and I'm like, well, damn, dog. When you went in jail, you went in at like 95 and shit, and when you came out, your mindset was still at 1995. So Michael Jackson, whenever he started that shit in the industry at like age 9 or 10 or whatever, Michael Jackson, whenever he stopped, you know what I'm saying, he started back up, he was still 10 in the mind and shit like that. So it was just like, you know what I mean, that part of his age got stunted. There was a part of his development that was taken out and shit like that. And so, you know, him, when he got older, he tried to reinsert that. He tried to revert that and revert back to, yo, man, I didn't, you know, I'm trying to catch up with my childhood right now. It's just like with, you know, what, you know, Brother Sanchez just said about Nas and second childhood. I actually know motherfucking niggas that's still stuck in their second childhood, still out on nigga 30 years old, still out here on the block trying to fuck with the young boys, trying to run with the young boys and shit, still living in his mom's house, because there's a part of the childhood, there's a part of his life that he didn't get to experience, that he was robbed of. So it's just like, you gotta make up for that shit, man. It's just, you know,
and you know how deep it is.
People trying to make up for that shit.
You know how deep it is. All of these Hollywood celebrities, they had fucked up childhoods. And that's why they be big old babies buying shit every day, big grown people toys, cars and little vanities. Ms. Z, mute your mic 1 second, because it got me an echo going. But see that, but the brother got a good point though. All of these celebrities, if you look at them, it's childish behavior. You know what I'm saying? The whole bling bling mentality is childish. You know, real. Only thing separate them apart, you don't know they in a second childhood because they got money. But if they was broke acting like that, you'll say, look at this immature nigga who ain't got none and all that. But the fact they acting like that with the money, they can be big children and they can stunt their growth because they don't have to grow up. They got money. A lot of us, we equate.
That's why they call it stunting.
Damn.
And then in the other cases, you got, well, basically they grow up with fans and not friends. And then in a lot of cases, they end up with people who do them wrong and try to rob them and swindle them and shit because they don't know the difference between friends and fans. So a lot of their friends end up being just fans that just wanted to get over on them, and that kind of fucks with them too. So when Mike became a grown man, he got tired of having fans and he wanted friends, but because he was in a 10-year-old mind, his idea of friends was 10-year-olds. So when he was sleeping in the bed with those kids, he thought he was a 10-year-old kid just like them.
When you say, if you think about it, Mike was shielding himself from all the vultures. He knew that if he hung out with children, he would make genuine friends who weren't around him for his money. Maybe they was around him for his toys, but hey, that's what kids do, right? So he knew it was a genuine bond. They just want to play. They don't want my money like some of these adults who want to be my friends. And you top that with the fact that he didn't have a childhood and it was nothing but adults that wronged him. I can see the psychology of him surrounding himself with children and shit. A lot of more people can't see it, but I don't think he was a pedophile. But another thing I'm gonna say to shift gears a bit, people brought up R. Kelly. Now that's another big topic since we on the topic and we got a little more time. If y'all wanted to entertain that, people brought that up briefly. Now, I ain't got a lot of excuses for R. Kelly. I want to hear what the brother's gonna say.
R. Kelly is your standard. He's your standard neighborhood pedophile / pimp. That old man that you can't leave your girlfriend around if you're 17 because he gonna smash.
Yo, man, I mean, like,
R. Kelly ain't have a childhood.
Started out with a leading.
You know, R. Kelly ain't have no childhood, so you know,
Nah,
You
R.
know,
Kelly been
he
fucking
couldn't
since
get
he
no
was
he
a
couldn't
child,
get no
G.
girls at his age, so you know he just reliving that childhood.
Nah. You can't even play that card. Cause R.
That
Kelly,
nigga, you see how
R.
that
Kelly
work?
lost his virginity to an older bitch. One, two. On top of that, at the end of the day, this nigga has gotten all demographic of women coming at him, and he chooses specifically those underage. You see what I'm saying? And it's one thing if you wasn't into women and you were just into children. This nigga's into women and specifically chooses the women that are underdeveloped. Like, I'd be like, damn, bro, you really skip over all of this thick ass out here, and you know, you can have goddesses.
That's what Sanchez spoke about. He spoke about that's a mental behavior. That's a disorder.
It is, but what I'm saying is he's doing this, and we know he's doing this, and it's another thing versus Michael Jackson's. They don't even have any proof in his case. It came out that they have no evidence. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know for a fact that R. Kelly fucking the kids.
Yeah, we have evidence of it, but he has a mental behavior. So can we excuse him for that?
Look, now I'll say this to be fair.
We can excuse him and put his ass in jail.
If he got a mental behavior, I give him the same leeway I gave Mike. But guess what?
Okay, I'm gonna mute my phone.
But here go the thing though. He still got to be punished for his. He pissing on these little girls and shit. No, he got to go. This dog, man. Hey, like the brother said, that's different. Michael just want to play with your kids. He want to piss on them. That's different.
Yeah, man, you know what I mean? Like the whole, you know what I mean, pissing on. Yeah, he on tape. Like, look, man.
Mike ain't on tape, nigga.
The controllers are pedophiles. The controllers who control this world are nothing but fucking pedophiles. The Pope is a pedophile. His whole ring is a pedophile. Like this shit sickens me because every fucking week I wake up, every time I'll open up a I'm seeing some pedophile shit. It's either some LBGTGA BBC, whatever fucking alphabet gang the fucking name, and like they all it's a, like man, what it is this ain't nothing but the Babylonian agenda that they're trying to reconstruct, you know what I'm saying, over and over again. I don't know who the motherfucker is that keeps this shit perpetuating over time, but like this ain't nothing but these motherfuckers perpetuating their Babylonian ass motherfucking ways and trying to insert them into nature and shit like that. It's artificial bullshit. Like
somebody in the chat brought up a damn good point about the R. Kelly story. They said all the girls he messed with, it would have been legal in Mexico. Now what you think about that?
He should take his ass to Mexico.
And Russia too. And Russia. Nah, but see, the whole thing is, it's just like, yo, man, some of this shit that's going on here is like really legal in other countries like Russia and like places like Russia and Yugoslavia. It's common for those people to actually be pedophiles. Like, you know, it's common for them to marry into like 14-year-old girls and shit like that. And, you know, 14-year-old girl, like, look at the story of Cinderella. Cinderella was a little ass. Cinderella is the biggest story about pedophilia.
Let me ask you a question. Now, when you say legal, cause we gotta be careful with that word. Now, you judging by the state laws, or we judging by human law, like
hold up, wait, Zone just got y'all now. He just got you. He said,
You gotta be careful with that,
He
man.
said, hey, Zone said, hey, hold
that's the sign that.
wait. Oh, that is the sign that, ain't it? That is, shit.
Oh, shit.
Hold on,
Human law, all right, it's not frowned upon in those countries. Like, in our country and where we are, it's frowned upon because, you know, we have standards and shit like that. But there are other countries out here that don't have no human nature standards. It's lawlessness. So it's just like, it's basically like, you know, some of those are those, that's how those people's always been fucking living.
Basically, what distinguish right from wrong? The laws they make or the laws that's right from wrong?
No, I mean, like, right is right and wrong is wrong.
So basically, let's say if you were in Mexico, right? And let's say you did see a guy with a 17-year-old, is it right because it's under the law, or would you still condemn him for it?
Hey, this getting
No,
good.
I would condemn him for it because that's an underdeveloped fucking person. Like, that person, that mind is not developed and shit like that to handle that kind of, like, you know, that kind of experience. So no, like, naturally, fuck no, man. Like, and whether I'm in Mexico or I'm in elsewhere, man, to me, that my standards is my standards.
But guess what happened? You will go to Mexico and condemn him for it, but people will look at you strange for that because it's normal. So you see how that reverse? You see how that play out though?
Hey, you know what? Let me say this
that's
right
how
here.
they play it though.
But look, they look at it perfectly. Let me tell you something real quick, everybody. Real talk. Just 1 minute. Let me mute your mic real quick, Ms. Z, because you got the echo. I want to talk about that because in Mexico, it is legal for you to have sex with a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. But in Mexico, I want to tell y'all something that y'all not realizing. And what I'm about to say is a fact that you need to take into consideration. In Mexico, the average 15 and 16-year-old got their own house, own family, working a job, and they fucking grown as hell. It's like they developing quicker than Americans or some shit. And this is a fucking fact. You can go and do all your research on this. So I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying that for to be a 15, 16-year-old in Mexico, you already, man, most 15-year-old boys in Mexico have been married 3-4 times already. Got kids everywhere. It's just they culture. They go into those areas quicker than Americans because we kind of shun it and shield it, whereas they, you know, it's open. They open with the shit. You know what I mean? The children is, and that's the culture in Mexico. So along with the adults having sex with the 15, 16-year-olds, we keep in mind that these 15, 16-year-olds is damn not on the level of ours. Does that make it right? In my eyes, no. But I can see how in their culture, if I wanted to put my mind into theirs and try to be unbiased, it's more of just sex. It's kind of like an economic thing. You got to go ahead and start reproducing yourself, getting a house, and most of them 15, 16-year-olds make with another 15, 16-year-old too. They don't talk about that, you know, and they start having sex the younger people in Mexico, they already have a family when our children just getting out of high school. This is a fact. So it's a different vibe, and it's just something to study and just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Hey, Brother Saint says another thing is it wasn't actually here in America. It wasn't frowned upon about 30 to 40 years ago. It wasn't frowned upon for a grown man to be running around having sex or trying to start a family with a 14-year-old, you know, girl, woman, or whatever. Because, like, you know, as they started this whole regulation thing and these regulated laws and shit like that, and they started really going out into the rural areas and regulating people and their lives and their cultures and their traditions and shit like that, and adding regulations and laws and stuff like that, and putting numbers like, all right, whoever said that you were grown at 18? Because according to some people, you're grown at 18, you can get the fuck out and go out into the world and do you at 18, but you're not even developed at 18 by nature to some standards. So America is a very biased motherfucking place that we're living in and shit. We're living under these biased ass laws, and they got us thinking these biased ass ways that's very unnatural. But again, I'm gonna say, like, all right, if you looking at some of these fucking, you know, back in the day, it was common for, you know, a girl when she got of age, meaning when her breast was developed and she, you know, was developed like that, she would go out and find somebody to fucking marry and shit like that. And like, there was no question on her age and no shit like that.
I want to piggyback on what you say.
Common sense is common sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be no grown, you know, standing ass man and shit trying to fuck no, you know, 5, 10, 15-year-old, no shit like that. Like, it's the way we've been conditioned to look at things and how we've been programmed to condition to view. Our viewpoints have been conditioned over time. You know what I'm saying? Just like this whole LBGT shit, who's to say that they don't condition this shit to 50 years from now and shit like that, that is completely normal, completely sane thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? They condition generations to further their agendas, and we don't understand that. That's the thing that we don't understand. It's the same thing as how they apply laws on us. How they apply their laws on us is they condition us in those laws first, and then they apply them later. So all this pedophilia shit, this ain't nothing but conditioning for what they're trying to further push their agenda on later on and shit like that. It's just like the gay thing. The gay thing was frowned upon years ago. Now all of a sudden it's accepted. They've been conditioning everybody into this shit. But
Alright, so look, what I want to say about that is I agree what you said about the whole age thing, but my question is, at what point do we start to be do we get held accountable for the decisions we make? Now, this is what I mean, right? Now, you said at 18 we are considered grown, we can do what we want, but we have to take in consideration that half of those years we was crapping in our Pampers, then the other half we was learning, you know, playing as kids. So a lot of these years, if you split that 18 years up, we really don't, by the time we get 18, we really only have 6 years experience of life, if you break it down into sections like that. So at what age do you think, you know, we will fully have our, you know, reach our full potential, you know, as far as that goes? If you understood what I just asked.
I think 35, you're at your max. I think you've reached your peak at age 35. You really know what you know. You're a full blown grown adult at age 35. You know what I'm saying? You know, you gotta look at life, and our lifespans has been conditioned and revamped and shit like that. So we don't even know our true lifespans and our true. You know what I'm saying? We're very young on the scale of age and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? But let them tell it, you know what I'm saying? We keep allowing them to think for us and shit like that, and allowing them to condition us in these fucking ways. That's why we keep coming up with these crazy ass, you know what I'm saying? So I think 35 is like, yo, man, you're at your point at 35. Like, you know where you're at and your development and shit like that. You're like 18, you just now peaking and shit like that. You're just getting out there. You're just starting. But
so let me ask you this, because you got some young kids who are super fucking smart. Now, actually, you have some kids that skip all these grades and go straight to college. So right. my whole thing is, kids like that, do they still get looked at as considered as a kid? Because this kid know way more than the average adult do.
That's the whole thing, man. We set ourselves. We allow them to condition and put limitations on the way we developed and the way we think. 18, you know, you're grown, or 25, you know this, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is all of that shit is just fucking psychological conditioning for them to push whatever the agenda that they want. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I feel you now. So let me ask you this. So you don't think a child have the have the ability to manipulate an adult?
Oh, I actually do. Look, just studying my own son. You know what I'm saying? And the shit that he does. And you know what I'm saying? I always gotta sit there and tell, like, yo, man, you know, we always complain about, I always have an issue with my son and him touching other children and children touching him and shit like that, and the kissing, the kissing, running shit. Like, we all did that shit. Like, we was all 9, 5, and 7 at one point, so we are all knowledgeable about how we, where our mindset was at those ages. We all, just because I'm 35 right now, but my spirit, I feel, is a billion years old. So, I have an older spirit, but I'm in a younger body. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, just like a fat person being in a skinny person body. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, our development, there's no limitations on how you develop. You know what I'm saying?
But see, I think, though, if you think about it, in this generation, we have technology that is at, in power right now, right? So technology is at its highest point. Well, I wouldn't say at its highest point, but it's higher than where we were when we was, younger. So my point of saying that is, you have a lot of kids that are being born or being raised into the technology world or the technology era, and we, as opposed to holding on to the era where we wasn't really computer savvy or with all this technology stuff. So it's like you have kids that know how to use phones and these different little computers way better than the average adult. You get what I'm saying? And you don't think that?
I don't see how this tie into the whole age thing.
Well, it ties into it, because my next question was what I was going to ask him. Do you guys think that those different generations compared to how kids are growing up now into this era, based on the kids that grew up in the era where we didn't have technology, you don't think that plays a big role into a kid becoming more and smarter, quick, more advanced?
They're less advanced.
You think so?
Let me tell you something, man. The men that created all this technology that these children enjoy, they didn't have this technology. They had baseball, football, and outside. Bill Gates went outside. Steve Jobs had a childhood that went in front of no screen. And his experience with nature is what allowed him to create this damn technology that's keeping these children from going outside. See how this works? So they ain't.
Funny.
So they ain't
but you gotta also understand. I think that your level of intelligence is based on the era that you're in at that point. So if we're in a more technology based era, then I think it'll be more kind of suitable for you to be more computer savvy in this era. You get what I'm saying?
How long?
It ain't about you being computer savvy, because computers are replacing humans, bro. That was a lie that they started when the internet first started to be boom, because they needed a lot of humans doing a lot of the processing. They don't need that no more, my brother. They don't need it no more.
What I was going to say
is the moment that technology shut down, they're going to be fucked, because that's all they know. Then they're not going to have like Brother Sanchez said, when I'm walking around in nature, which plant ain't going to fuck me up? Or I can't look back at my screen and ask Google and shit to figure it the fuck out.
Yeah, it's funny you said that. It's funny you said that, Quinn. You took the words right out of my mouth. As the technology advanced, people got dumber and less intelligent. And it's funny you brought up Steve Jobs, bro, Sanchez, because Steve Jobs actually admitted that he didn't let his kids play with iPads and iPhones and shit. He made them play outside.
Yeah,
because he knew what those devices were doing to him.
That's a mic drop.
You replaced it. They replaced the role of your brain and gave it to a phone. So your brain is a natural quantum computer.
But then they gave that and put that on the outside and gave you a computer screen with eyes and everything and ears and speakers and shit just like you or whatever, and it made it something outside of yourself. Once again, with that outlightment, like bro was talking about earlier, we got to pound that outlightment. They want to take you away from the enlightenment and get you to that outlightment. Everything outside of yourself.
I always quantify it like this. Before calculators, everybody knew how to do long division. After calculators, nobody knows how to do long division, or hardly anybody. We've gotten dumber with the advent of technology. Before cars, less people were overweight. After cars, more people are overweight. You know, once again, the machines are doing the thinking for us now.
I was taught by I learned this from John Africa. Technology is artificial. You know what I'm saying? Technology is nothing but a mirror of a projection of our thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you project in your thought, you know what I'm saying, it is basically it's you manifest that and it creates technology and shit like that. Technology is supposed to be synchronized and go hand in hand with nature. Instead, we put technology before nature.
But that's what I was saying. I think you guys took what I was saying out of proportion. That's what I was saying. Listen, what my whole point is, the whole point of this reality is to create technology, to advance, this reality. So you can't sit here and say technology have not saved us to the point where we are now, because without technology, there wouldn't be no cars, there wouldn't be no phones, there wouldn't be no everything.
There was a different form of technology.
Technology is made to make you lazy and to make
softer.
You
but I think that depends on the individual.
Right, hold on, but you also got to remember, bro, it's a difference between.
It makes you dependent on the technology. Like it makes you dependent on the technology. Like I remember at one time when I was young, we didn't have these phones and we remembered everybody's number. And when you get locked up, you know what I'm saying, all you needed was a pocket full of change. You be calling your friends all day. Now when you get locked up and they take your cell phone, you be lucky if you can remember one number, and you be hoping that person's going to answer the phone and be your lifeline. You know what I'm saying? Because they took away that memory by giving us this technology. It made us lazy and made us dependent on technology. Even when your newest car of technology, they give you so much technology, you don't even have to move. Your hands can stay, everybody right there, and everything is at a touch of a finger and a blink of a nod of your head. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's doing. It's making us lazy. You know what I'm saying? It's making us not smart. It's making us not use our brains and stuff as much as we would, which would make and your brain is like a muscle. And if we're not clicking with it, you know what I'm saying, then we're not building up that strength the way like we should. You know what I'm saying? So we're not built like our
So you saying things should have never been built easily?
Manual.
Hold on. Before you ask that, we got to take one thing into consideration. Matter of fact, two things. One, it's a difference between synthetic technology and organic technology. One. Two, it's just like we can see this manifest in music or whatever, just like what One World was talking about, how it's certain people who write they shit down or whatever, and in that you have to rememorize and read it back. It don't sound as organic as when you finally have memorized it and can just speak it out of your head. So for the niggas who practice it and just be always verbally, spitting the shit out loud or whatever to get it together, it comes out better or whatever the way it hits, people's ear than those or whatever who then wrote it down and used a secondary source to remember it.
And just to answer your question, Zoned Out,
yeah,
is it wrong for life to be easier through technology? It depends on who you ask, but what you gotta realize is that easy comes with a price. Everybody know anything easy come with a price. So I'm gonna give you an example, right? To maintain a farm is hard work, brother, if you had to plant your own food. But it's easier to just go to the grocery store. But the price you pay for that is you get GMO shit. So it's easy to have a cell phone so you can call somebody up, you know, who miles away. That's easy, but the price we get for it is radiation poisoning and 5G towers and shit like that. Easy has a price, brother. You know why? Because nature already created an easy system, and when you try to make it easier, that's too damn lazy. You start fucking it up.
So let me ask you this, Sanchez. So do you think without technology, do you think we'll be more in tune with nature than we are now? I know it's kind of a rhetorical question, but just want to see what you think about it.
There's no such thing as without technology. Nature.
You think so?
Man, when
I mean, if I didn't have a car, I'd be riding my bicycle. And if I be riding my bicycle, when I was riding my bicycle, my legs, my body was looking, you couldn't tell me nothing. You know what I'm saying? But then I started driving cars. You know what I'm saying? And that beautiful body started, you know, changing. Now I got a beautiful car instead. You know what I'm saying? And I wound up taking that away from myself and putting it into this technology. You know what I'm saying? When you start thinking about it, you know what I'm saying? It's a price to pay. You know what I'm saying? That health, that, you know.
But guess what? You can use that car to drive to the gym.
That was a good example, bro. That was a good. Think about it. You didn't need a gym if your day-to-day activities was exercise. Like people who run a farm, they in the best motherfucking shape, and they don't go to the gym. They lifting the bales of hay and shit every day. They doing tough work.
Exactly.
I don't think it's that.
But you also gotta remember, bro. Hold on, Zone. I got a question for you that can stump you. It's like this. Name one form of technology that don't have a radiation to it or a side effect of sickness.
Well, I understand that part, right? But when we talking about technology, I heard Sanchez say a lot of the times back in the ancient times, we had way more advanced technology
but
than we do now.
We're talking about organic because it was organic technology instead of synthetic.
Hold on, let Sanchez interject with that.
All right, so for example, the ancient advanced form of a cell phone would be telekinesis. Right now, that's a real thing that even their scientists is studying and tapping into, and they're taking the telekinetic abilities of humans and turning it into telephones. So instead of them teaching you how to do what the phone do, they rather sell you hardware when you are the software. So everything I'm telling you is even when you use a speaker, you got a lot of background noise on. But
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
no, it's all good.
Some of that ancient Egyptian art, they seem to have an earpiece on. So I don't know. They may have been using some type of technology because I see, I see ancient Egyptian art with earpieces.
I agree that this whole electrical grid started in Egypt. You start to see even on the hieroglyphic walls, you got a cell phone. They got a device look just like a cell phone on the hieroglyph walls, and
one that looks like a Black Hawk helicopter too.
Yeah, so I do agree that all of this. This modern technology that we use today, I say it started in Egypt. That's why the pyramid is on the back of the dollar. But the organic shit that Quentin talking about is pre-Egypt, pre-dynasty.
So let me ask you this then, Sanchez. I think that the whole basis of technology is to utilize off it and make the best of what it is. And make some, and make this world better for, out of this technology that we have.
Well,
I think we're using it in the wrong way. I think that's probably the problem.
Hold on. I think we're being monopolized. We're being monopolized. Technology is being twisted on us, just like the information about us of who we are has been turned against against us. So the technology that we have today, just like Brother Sanchez said, you know, you have the telephone and you have telekinesis and telekinetics. All of those things are rooted words that are basically from the same, you know, the etymology of the words they're from the same root words. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like technology, just like TV programming and all these other things. And these are things that are used to capitalize against us. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the dollar bill. At one point, the dollar bill was working with us until Nixon took away the gold standard. Now the dollar bill is used against us. And so that's the same thing that they took with technology. You know what I'm saying? They took technology and they're using technology against us instead of having technology work with us. Technology's purposes is to synchronize with nature, to balance out with nature, to make everybody, you know, to make life easier so that we can do more things and expand our consciousness is a lot more. What we did was we took the technology and monopolized the motherfuckers and capitalized on people, on nature, you know what I'm saying, and turned it all around. Just like they take information, and our history is not false information, it's twisted information that they twist and turn upside down and inside out and turn it against your ass. Right. That doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, now one thing I want to say is that if you look at what they doing with technology, when you say it's supposed to work with us to make life easier, I admit that's what it does, but their technology makes life easier at a cost that's not worth it. Nature's technology make life easier by making you stronger. So as you get stronger, shit in life get easier. That's how nature works. Man try to go around that. He don't want you to get stronger, but he wants shit to be easier. So now let me get the mic for just 1 minute. The thing about what they doing with technology, they're using technology to co-opt the human body, meaning they want to offer you a service that nature already gave you your body to provide. So you don't have to walk. We got some technology where you don't got to use them raggedy legs that nature gave you. You ain't even got to lift shit. Here, use this thing. It'll pick it up for you. You know, you ain't got to use the shit nature gave you being the body. They're making extensions of the human body. You ain't got to do a lot. You can press a button and it'll happen for you, where you would actually have to touch it, and the process of touching it and dealing with it is what give you experience. So they hijack the interaction between you and nature by making you go through the button to press, through the technology to, you know what I mean? Like, they made it so easy that it's actually working against you, because now they'll tell you something like, ain't you tired of your legs getting tired? Well, we can incorporate your human legs with these robotic legs, and you can run at speeds human can't even run at. You see, so here's when technology is saying, I can do better than what nature did, when it's actually destroying nature's technology at the expense of trying to co-opt the human body. You know what I mean? So we won't have a need for the things nature designed inside the body, because we interacted with nature not through our senses, but through the technology, which was an extension of our senses that's fooling our senses, because they tell you we so technological advanced, we got a big old telescope in space. You don't gotta trust your senses. Just look at this image that the Hubble telescope shot, and here you go. So because you got all this technology cluttering it, people don't trust the senses that Earth gave you, where you can never be deceived if you trust these senses. But when you forfeit the senses and you use technology, man is deceiving the world, saying he's so technological advanced that he can actually fix nature, because it was a damn mistake anyway, and it need my technology on this plant to make it right. It need my spraying in the air because nature didn't make it right, you know? So this is where technology become against you.
Yeah, we become a slave to the technology, little as everybody understand. And I realized like that when I was talking to my wife the other day, like I played myself, because I had bought this I bought the Infinity Coupe, and it was hell paying it off. It was expensive, you know what I'm saying? And I wound up paying it off. And right after I finished paying it off, they came up with the new one with all the extra technology on it. And I was like, well damn, I don't have that in mind. And I went right out and bought the next one and put myself in all the same payment hell all over again with the same one sitting right there, the same exact one, just minus a couple of technology. I put myself in a whole new debt again, you know what I'm saying? It's like, because we're slaves to technology. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm a little smarter now, and maybe it won't catch me like that on the next one. You know what I'm saying? But that's what's happening to us. You know what I'm saying? We're buying the same stuff over and over and over again.
Yeah, and this is what I say.
Technology.
This is what I say to you, Zone, on what you said, bro. It's like you got to think of it this way. I would have leeway with what you're saying with the technology if it was magnetic instead of electric. But that's the determining factor in which causes the damage. Because, bro, like we didn't talked about that on a lot of streams and presentations before. As in, like, the whole electric versus magnetic, and magnetic being one of the purest forms of technology or organic, creation, so to speak. Because all of our minds act on a magnetic wave, and our creations is. Because, they even have, like, magnetic healing where you can get some kind of things put on you when they, anybody know what that's called? It's like something that they do where they put something on your head or whatever and use magnets.
Yeah, I'm working on a circuit for that now. It was, Tesla had that. Tesla had frequencies that they was using to knock out cancer and different stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
But it seems to be real. You know what I'm saying? I do have the Bob Beck. In a nutshell, what it is you it sends little low voltage signal zaps to your body, and it's supposed to knock out all sorts of pathogens and things like that inside your blood, and it does it at a slow rate, so that way you don't overdose the system with killed germs and stuff like that. They're saying that this is like kind of like what they was having in that Egyptian time when they had that signal shooting over everybody. It was sending like little low voltage stuff that was helping keeping their blood clean and helping them live longer. And that's something that they took away from us at our time. And that was a signal thing that Tesla was working on. I have found that circuit, and like the one of these days, I'm trying to work on that one too. But,
damn, that's almost
but in the meanwhile, I do have the Bob Beck one though. I did take some pictures of that, and I put it in the back chat.
Hey, yo, I'm out, man. Peace and power to y'all.
Peace, bro.
Right.
Peace.
So it is in the back chat, you know what I'm saying, for y'all too. That Bob Beck one, and you know what I'm saying, where you I forgot the blah blah blah. It's like it sends low voltage signal to the body though. You know what I'm saying? I'll show y'all that one in the back. It's up though. It's real.
And just for a good laugh before we get out of here, because I gotta shut down. We talking about the latest technology in today's world. Well, I follow tech channels. I'm up to date with the latest technological advancements. Y'all want to know what the latest technological advancement in today's world is? It's going to make you laugh your ass off. You know what it is? Wait for it. A motherfucking walk-in refrigerator. In case you don't want to get up out the bed at night to get a snack, the refrigerator will walk to you.
Hey, let me say this, Sanchez, but we still have to realize that without technology, this panel doesn't exist.
Yes, it does, brother. What are you talking? Yes, it does. Now, wait a minute now. What we
gotta break it down. Let me know. Talk to me.
What we got to realize, when they destroyed the Tower of Babel, they had to resurrect all of these cell phone towers to connect us. But before cell phones, we had one tower that connected the collective conscious under the divine code. When you go around the world on every continent and you see flat earth people with the Tower of Babel, or this tower where they're giving credit to the North Pole, the internet was the dream world, brother. Now we're going to talk about that in a next video, because y'all think this shit's something to play with. The internet is everything man copied, man. And let me show you something before we get up out of here. I think I showed y'all.
I got something to add to that, bro, Sanchez.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there was an experiment done with a scientist. He went to some islands and he taught the monkeys how to crack walnuts with rocks. And then he went to yeah, you know about it. Then he went to the other island, and those monkeys over there that he never had contact with were already doing it. So it's like they just like
Yeah, that was like a
telepathically knew
mass
how to do it.
conscious. Yeah, I know about that too.
Yeah.
I'm aware about that.
They didn't do nothing but turn it into the internet. In fact, when you start researching the etymology of the word Google, it can be translated to collective consciousness in so many words. We'll get into that. See, a goo is a collage. You mix a bunch of shit, you create a goo, right? I can get into this shit. You don't want me to get into it now, because when you talk about Google, you talking about everybody's thoughts downloaded to create one net, and that's what the dream world, the Akashic records, the tree of life was all about. They would have never had that idea of virtual space without studying the ether. Why you think they got Ethernet cables and they use words that we use for cosmology and shit? They just reverse engineering spiritual technology that nature already created.
Nah, you right about, because like I said, I did study the whole mass consciousness shift, but my whole thing, I was talking more like as far as like reaching out, the people from all different walks of life and connecting them all. Like we know, like this mass consciousness will be connected, through, like you said, the magnetic energy shift within the universe. We'll all be connected on the same frequency, but
wouldn't be able to
just
have
the
a
fact that
hangout
we got
panel.
everybody all together right here, right now on this panel, and we all in different.
But look, we don't got everybody together. See, the thing is this right here. I'm gonna show you the problem of the internet, right? The internet actually do more harm than good, contrary to belief, contrary to popular belief. Now I know I'm cutting you off, but I know where you going, and I'm just trying. Yeah. Now the thing is this right here. If you didn't have the internet, you will be forced to interact with your damn community. Some people don't know their next door neighbors, but they know y'all. And the person live right by them. If some shit pop off like a tornado, then they gonna get to know their neighbor then. So this the detriment. Yeah, this the
that's some real shit, though.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the detriment of the
Yeah,
internet.
that real.
Like it's more important than you to know the people that live directly in proximity to you. They took that away. We connected with internet, and we only people think that the revolution gonna happen through the internet and not them getting busy in their community. That's the problem. The problem is that without the internet, you'll have to get up on your ass and travel the world if you wanted to meet new people. So nature said, if you want to get some, you got to give some. Travel and you will meet new people and new cultures instead of just going on Google. And what happens with that is we misinterpret these cultures. You got people never been to these places, think they know everything because they see it on the internet.
Damn, that's deep. So you saying we pretty much just got too spoiled with all these outlets of, internets and all these different other things. We got real spoiled with it that we forgot how to connect naturally with each other.
Yeah, you have a lot of fun in a
That's
blackout. Little everybody know. You know what I'm saying? Some of the blackouts we had, it brings everybody outside. You start meeting everybody. You see because you can't stay in the house. It's mad pitch black.
Hey,
people
that's
come out.
true. We used to have monsoon parties in
That's how you meet people.
I was gonna say we used to have monsoon parties in the dorms when all the lights went out and shit. Everybody, we was right behind the class 6, so you could just buy alcohol and everybody just come out because ain't shit on, just drink, be up, we out of work.
Because if I told y'all, let's do 100-man circle ritual. Let's take 100 people, let's stand in a circle and let's make one thought. We can't do that online, but if you had 100 people in your community you can do rituals with, look how y'all can influence the ether on a collective level with that few. See, the people we can really do magic with is your neighbors, everybody on your block. What if you had a witch coven with them that the city didn't even know about? You went out there and you had good energy to counteract all the negative vibes they put in a collective. You see what I'm saying? Now, I know this seems crazy to a lot of people, But they get together in large numbers with huge collective thoughts to do evil shit, and there were good witches and bad witches. So don't think that you're gonna crucify me or Bro Sanchez telling us to start magic cults with our community. Well, a community back in prehistoric day, the spiritual system would have been a form of voodoo with those goddesses. And the whole village had to participate in a lot of them rituals. So I'm just taking you back. But
Hey.
you know, yeah, go ahead.
You know what's crazy though, Sanchez? Like down where I'm at, man, a lot of libraries are shutting down. I remember back then, man, there used to be people going to libraries like crazy, checking out books and all kind of things. Now, a lot of libraries down here are shutting down because nobody go to them no more. I don't know if it's just down here, that's worldwide. I don't know, but down here,
Yeah, I'm gonna just throw this out there real quick. You got Amazon Fire, Amazon Kindle, Fahrenheit 451. It's literally they tell you the same shit.
Yep.
They tell
And
you.
even the books read, even the phones read to you now.
Bookstores
You
are
don't
closing
even
down too.
Yeah, man.
Shit, crazy.
The library used to be social. You know what I'm saying? Now we're doing too much social online. That's why, you know what I'm saying, the library is shutting down.
Hey, but the answer's on dog real quick. Like your vibe attract your tribe. So I feel like even if we didn't have the internet, we would still somewhere. Well, we would start our own secret society, be beating out on the outskirts of town and shit though. Like so, this shit will still get done.
Man, and a lot of these little bitty small towns, when you roll into them, you notice it's a vibe that everybody in that town got. It's like, damn, what is it about this city here? Like all of y'all kind of see
Facts.
what
I'm from up north. I'm not from down here, and man, I'm not to make it about race, but it's crazy down here. Like I was telling a coworker, like Miss Catherine, where I'm from, white people scared of black people. It's different down here. It's crazy.
Hey, start looking into like the world's most secluded towns and shit. And the reason I'm bringing it up because people in these small secluded towns away from reality start to develop their own systems and dialect and shit naturally. You know what I'm saying? They start to become a world within a world. Because everybody in this place that haven't moved for generations, the energy start to sync together to one thing.
Right. That's why you got your own vernacular and each different. Like you could just listen to somebody and tell where they're from, basically.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, this has been a good bill. I don't want to shut it down, but we're going to be live all this week and all this weekend, man, because, you know, I got a little time. And, you know, I think that was funny that the latest technological advancement is a fucking walk-in refrigerator. This is the type shit we call futuristic, you know. But let me mute my mic and let the brothers close out, man. Appreciate y'all.
I'm gonna say one thing and then I'll just to build off of what you just said real quick. Like I said, how they flaunt it in front of us. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? Anybody seen Idiocracy? Well,
I think I heard of it.
It's stupid, but basically they sitting in a big ass chair and it's like advertisements, the whole fucking thing, and it's a toilet set up to it. It moves around, like food come to it, everything, and they just basically fat sloth people. But yeah, this is great being on my first panel and everything. But I'm definitely called back. Peace to everybody.
Peace, brother.
Peace, bro.
I'd just like to say in closing, for those who haven't, like the show Stranger Things on Netflix, they talking about a lot, or showing a lot of the shit we be talking about right now with the new season that just dropped. And I'm especially say to you, One World, One Hood, I need you to check out season 3. First episode, second episode, like the scientist dude was building an electromagnetic device or whatever, and it got to do with all of the stuff that you be working on. And I know you could probably tell me out of that what's reality and what's not, based on somebody actually in that field strong.
And what was this again?
It's a show on Netflix called Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I need you to look at that. But like I said, with the machine and all of that, that's season 3, the new season that just came out. Episodes like 1, 2, and 3, I think. So far, I ain't seen the rest.
Hey, real quick though.
Right?
You said what?
I was just
start from the beginning. You saying right from 1?
You can if you want to. I mean, it's definitely a good watch, and it has a lot of the stuff we be talking about. But specifically for you with that machine and stuff, that would just be season 3.
Oh, okay. Stranger
Things.
Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, citizen. Make sure you email me because that joint you that bro just played, that shit had a Beanie Siegel vibe. Like that shit was, but it was conscious. Like I fucked with it.
No, I appreciate that shit, man.
Definitely trying to collab with you. It was Crash Nebula at Crash Nebula 7 at Gmail. Crash with a CRAZ. Yeah, ZH.
Right.
Yeah, you saw it. All right.
Crash
peace.
Nebula, what is it? What did it say
7.
one more time? All right, Crash Nebula 7 at Gmail. Got you, bro.
All right, peace, everybody.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and lay my verses on that for you too, citizen. I'll have that done. Just give me a couple of weeks, not too long. I'm gonna go and do that for you, man. I'm gonna lace it up.
All right.
And I just
if you need me to remind you from time to time, man, I will.
Do it.
So I know you got a lot going on.
Yeah, man, and I want to make sure I do it. I'm gonna go and hop on it. I don't want to kick that can, but man, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And I want to thank all y'all brothers for joining. And anybody want to say anything to the people before I close the call?
Yeah, man. Y'all already know I don't really need no introduction now. Y'all know how I do. Come through, drop them jewels. You know what I'm saying? You know, I see all y'all in my magic mirror. But yeah, you know, I'll be back on the next panel.
Hey, everybody go to your Facebook and copy. Like, if anybody friends with me, copy and paste the status that you don't want them to use your pictures and stuff, because they changing their policy and shit like that starting tomorrow. So if anybody want to go get that in before 12 o'clock and say that you don't want your, you know, having a disclaimer saying you don't want your shit used and whatever they can use in trial and all of that kind of shit, copy and paste the disclaimer. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Okay, well, yeah, send me that. That's worth the do. But sure.
Yeah, and then also there's a Loomis thing that's saying we can't do hangouts, live panels on YouTube no more starting August 1st. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, that too.
Oh yeah, I got the email too. Nah, that's true. That's true.
Hey, that is wild, boy. That is a whole nother form of censorship.
That's like a direct threat to us.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of the online communities that's forming with like-minded people. But that goes back to what Zone said. See, that's the detriment of technology. They give it and they can take it away.
Right. Bro, you sitting on the, hey, look, if you, man, think about all the reality shows, right? If for the conscious community, if you was on a platform like Gaia or like, you know, one of them big platforms or whatever, you sitting on a gold mine. Like, this shit is like, bro, I don't watch nothing else. Like you even got my wife interested in this shit. Like, and I've been trying to get her interested in shit for a minute. Like, it's your message, not you, man. It's the message and the way that you put it out. So don't play them games with me, cuz.
Inquisitive Bunny, I see you. I see you in my magic mirror. Spirit light body.
Right, he be taking little subtle shots at you and shit. Like, come on, man, just be positive.
Paul Bravo.
Nah, I don't even know what you talking about.
Hey, what make you niggas mirror so magical, huh?
I'm
just fucking with y'all.
Magic.
I was about to say, you ever did that?
That was like something when we was kids and shit that would go on, and little white ladies would be, you know, I'm fine, me. They'd do all that, you know, for the kids in the morning. They never seen me in a magic mirror. You know what I'm saying? And so I've been torn as a child. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna never find a name like mine. Those people. So I make sure that I see everybody and I'm in my magic mirror. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. I was just pulling y'all leg. Hey man, I'm gonna let y'all get up out of here. I gotta go, man. Y'all be safe.
All right, everybody. Bro said just peace.
Be safe, my G. Fly power.
Crash, One World, Quentin Zone. Peace, everybody.
Peace, bro. All right, to everybody in the chat room, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. Peace and much love to y'all.